Hello and welcome to the first ever Global Legends of Runeterra Discord tournament. I am your host Gems for today, and joining me of course is going to be Sparkling Iced Tea and Casmin. Those of you guys who are on this channel quite frequently will recognize them. They've been here time and time again. How are you guys doing today?
Oh, okay, I'm going to start then. I'm doing pretty good. It's the weekend. I'm ready for some more Runeterra action. I'm super excited because this tournament is a bit different than many tournaments going on right now. I expect to see a bit more spice besides the usual deck list that we saw, for example, in Fight Night just yesterday, or that we will see in other tournaments that might be going on this week or next week.
And going right back to Ice-T, I think that you are going to want to see some Vladimir spice. We talked before that you do not want to be recognized as the Vladimir one trick, but you are performing one. So I do hope we get at least one game, but outside of that, I do expect some people to go with the pillars of the meta, things like Fiora Shen, obnoxious TFs and the likes.
Yeah, so for heads up everyone, it is going to be a Swiss format, best of 3 using the Riot seasonal format for the deck choices, so there are no duplicated region combinations or champions, and they're allowed to bring one non-champion deck. If I'm correct, there's going to be 7 rounds. We're going to be playing 5 of the matches today, 5 of the rounds today with 2 of them tomorrow, and it's going to be fantastic to watch what people have brought. Especially because for once we have a number of people I have no idea who they are, which is fantastic because it's just like that means it's an open field on what we're going to see today. We could see a lot more standard stuff, or we could see some spice being brought. We could see Vlad Braum being brought, or a couple of other options. Also, as a reminder, everything today is done. There's a prize pool for the top 8 for some in-game items. However, there's also Matcherino, and the link will keep coming up in the chat. You can go and donate over there. All the money, 100%, goes straight to the prize pool. If you don't have anything today, that's fine. You can go and use code LOR. That will add a free 50 cents to the prize pool. We have tons of those codes available, so make sure just everyone to go and use it until we've run out of codes. I don't think we're even close to the limit yet, so it's free. You just go and go log in, type in the code, and it will put in a couple extra bits of money to the prize pool for anyone who's playing. And even if you're not playing, you give the people playing a little bit extra.
Yes, definitely. It's better than pouring river water in your boots. It's also free, quick, and easy, but definitely gets people the prize pool they want and definitely gets this tournament ahead. And like Gems just mentioned, this tournament a bit different, and I think a bit more open to maybe a different side of the LOR community. I think if you are in the LOR competitive community, you probably know a lot of the players that play in like every tournament because it's a very tight-knit community. But I feel like this tournament could open the doors for maybe some newcomers that we haven't seen so far and that maybe play the first tournament today.
Yeah, and maybe they have the potential to become, I don't know, the next Guardia, the next Agigas. Like, those guys have to start somewhere, and this is the chance for the players that are coming now, players from the community, to make their push and finally get noticed.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, we already expect that maybe some people that we do know from other tournaments are also going to be playing, and with that might become a bit less spice and maybe a bit more meta. And we've talked about it before, okay? You have the Fizz TF, you have the Shen Fiora, and we could take a look again at the 2 like dominating tournament meta decks, I would say, that we could be seeing here. I mean, aggressive lists are also super popular, but if we look at the entire meta for the last few months, even after the patch now, Fizz TF is still dominating, and we still see a ton of Shen Fiora. If you want, we can start with Fizz TF, which I think by now everybody knows. Everybody hates it, but it's still a good deck. And even though it might not be fun to play against, it is really fun to play. It relies on the Fizz and the TF, both super good cards in the deck, especially because you have a lot of cheap spells that can draw you a lot. So the TF is easy to level, the Fizz is easy to protect, and then obviously you have the Burble Fishes, which with Irritative improvement and with the nerf of Go Hard just really found their way into the meta.
Do you expect a lot of, let's say, gentlemen's agreements? Because I do expect people to bring FistTF just for the sake of getting banned. I think this is a common strategy. You bring that deck so it gets banned, because if you try to counter it, it's just going to fall onto you, and then you get to play your other 2 decks.
Just as a heads up, by the way, my mastery level on Fizz and TF is still 0.
Same.
I will have to say this.
No comment.
I have yours is 5, Castman. We know this. Don't worry. You've maxed that out. You've maxed that out instantly. You're ready. That's all you've played, literally, for the past like 2 weeks. Don't worry. We know. We're not here to shame you on that though at all.
Yeah, if you want to look at Gems' mastery level of champions, you should take a look maybe at Quinn.
It's not even my highest. Quinn's
It's not?
No. My Quinn's like level 3.
Okay.
What's
well,
your highest?
that is a surprise.
Lucian, I think, at 4. Or Azir at 4. Or Garen at 4. Or Severe at 4, I think.
That's very non-committal. You need one at 5. And you
I have
need to
0
decide.
I have 0 at 5 right now. I have literally none at 5.
I think for a lot of competitive players, the same could be said. Obviously, a lot of them will have practiced a lot, but because you play so many different decks, maybe you don't have like one champion at 5 already. It's just for the really, really insane players that are saying, okay, I'm just going to one-trick this champion until I have him on 5 mastery, and then it happens, but it will open up. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but you can gain mastery XP even after you have them on level 5. So I hope and I expect them to actually max out, like maybe double it, maybe have like 10 mastery, maybe get some new visuals for the champion card. Would be exciting. But we also have to talk about the second deck that has been dominating, because we just mentioned FizzTF, which you guys expect to be banned as a gentleman's agreement. But we should also talk about Fiora Shen, which maybe not as explosive, maybe not as hated, but maybe one of the decks that has been here for the longest time ever, or has stayed competitive for the longest time ever. And people don't really hate it, but I think people sometimes are kind of bored by it, no?
I think there are some people that hate it, but it's not in the opponent camp. It's actually on your side, because sometimes you know that Shen Fiora has the potential to brick so much. You can call it Shen Brickora so much at this point, because you can build a complex with the amount of bricks that deck is going to get you. But when it draws at peak state, for example, if you just get the champions, it's not called Shen Fiora for no reason. If you get Shen, you get Fiora, you have a potential sharp side to prepare your Fiora to survive in case she needs it. Some barriers there and Screeching Dragons, that's all you need, I think, to stabilize. Citra comes in just as a nice finisher, and if Restil Formation needs to come in the late turns to stabilize or add more salt to the wound, that's what it's going to do.
Yeah, and that's fantastic. We're going to actually hop into our first match of the day, guys. And it is going to be 2 new players, Yazi versus Tremor. I've not seen either of these guys, although Tremor did play quite recently in the Road to Shurima, the open qualifier a while back. And he came in the top half of that, which is fantastic. So going to hop straight into game 1. I'm not sure what their decks are, because they have submitted codes. But we should hopefully see some interesting matches.
So Gems obviously can't pull up the Mobile Analytics overlay because it would look awkward on stream, but I can, and I can tell you that this is actually a Lee Sin deck. It's Zoe Lee Sin, and with a few new tech cards, obviously. You do now put in, for example, the Homecoming or the Fangs, which we already see in hand, to have a bit more sustain. But it's going up against a deck that we haven't seen in quite a while after the expansion. It's going up against Soraka Tahm Kench, which is actually pretty good historically against, I think, any Lee Sin deck.
I think if you're bringing this Soraka Tahm Kench deck, you do expect to encounter a lot of Fiora Shens. We mentioned it before, that is a good meta call. It has high win rates overall, or even 50-50s into most of the matchups, so you do want to have a deck that can counter it if you're going for this type of lineup.
While the other guys have been talking, thank you for the raid, Shihu. Much appreciated. We have literally just started. This is day 1 of our tournament. And for all of you guys here, we are doing a Matcherino crowdfunded tournament. If you head on over to Matcherino, you can use code LOR. It will give some money for free to the prize pool, so please go ahead and do that. It will be much appreciated for everyone to do that. And Project Archean, if there's stream delay, we have no delay. However, the streams we're watching it's up to them. We're using other people's Twitch streams for the most part. So if they want to have a delay or not have a delay, they can have a delay up on their own channel.
Yeah, so mostly what you are seeing is also what you would be seeing on the main stream, but it just allows us to interact with you guys if you have any questions in the chat. We see Soraka being pulled here. It's I don't know, maybe a bit too hopeful there. They always have it, but here actually with the Peg Cascade in hand is able to trade off the Soraka, and that definitely buys you some time, because usually once the Soraka gets leveled, she's just such a draw engine and heal engine for the deck that it becomes hard to win, especially as the Lee Sin deck. You definitely don't want the Soraka deck to find their Star Spring, because as soon as that happens, you have no removal for it. Even if in this deck, which does play Invokes, you don't play Invokes that can get you Obliterate cards.
But while Yazi managed to kill the Soraka, I think the other champion is very problematic, because this acquired taste is going to be so painful for the Lee Sin deck, because it can threaten your Lee Sin at any points and they can buff the Tahm Kench, and it can threaten any single unit that you have on board unless you get a Temple or something of the sorts to buff your units and potentially kill the Tahm Kench.
Okay, so again in chat we're getting another question. We're currently not spectating client. We're watching other people's streams who are part of this tournament. Spectating client does work if people are within the same region. If they're cross-region, it sometimes works. I have no idea why, but that's kind of the main issue. So we're mainly relying on other people's streams.
Yeah, that's also why you see the people happy in the bottom there. Yeah. That's unfortunately not a feature of this channel, but could become one. Just maybe Gems can make a goal for that one. But yeah, we see the Acquired Taste in action here. Tahm Kench gets ready to devour this 1/1. Gets Nopified though, but that is one of your Nopifies gone. He only plays 2 in the deck now. Might become hard, because Tahm Kench is going to try to eat one of those units every turn now.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit tricky, because it's one of those things. Lee Sin, when he slams down on the board at the beginning, can just be eaten. The deck, Lee Sin deck can't buff the attack that quickly most of the time. And it will be reliant on things like a Temple Veil, or maybe some gems being put down before the Tahm Kench spell comes down. It's a bit awkward, to say the least.
Oh, and now we see the Star Spring. That's definitely not what Yazi wants to see. It's like, okay, why do you already have the Star Spring? I don't even have Lee Sin in hand. Yeah, he's always searching the deck. He's like, hey man, where are you at? I think, Gems, you had a meme on that on your Twitter. Lee Sin just sometimes does decide to simply not show up.
I do have an interesting meme that I'm going to post about Lee Sin involving a champion reconnecting, but that's going to be for later in the game. So far, the game is pretty stable, but I do think that Tremor is slightly, if not more, advantage, because he can keep pulling with the units. That Tahm Kench is always going to be a threat towards Yazi's units, and even if he drops a Veil Temple, I think it's not going to be enough for his units to get tall enough in order to not be eaten alive.
Yeah. There we see a new tech. So far, I think the Soraka Tahm Kench deck has been pretty figured out, but now with Fizz TF still being super strong, and sometimes you can't afford to ban it, or sometimes you just have to play against it on ladder. The Lounging Lizard can actually be a great way to be an elusive blocker that gets damaged, that gets healed. I don't know if it's the right card for a tournament, because I think if you play against Fizz TF, you just better ban it if you are bringing Soraka Tahm Kench.
Yeah, this is looking pretty bad here for Yazi overall. I mean, he's got Zoe, which maybe can invoke something, but with the elusive on the board, that is looking very unlikely. You'd have to, like, Hush, and that's just really going to feel super bad. Tremor's in a very, very, very good spot here, because he's not seen Lee Sin yet. But on Yazi's side, right? That's, like, the thing. It's just like, no Lee Sin, you can now relax, you can just slowly get up the Star Spring. Yazi's deck has no way, I believe, of even removing Star Spring, so this is just like an eventual clock that's just going to keep going up and up. Hopefully quick enough as well for Tremor to just finish this match.
Actually, I just looked into his deck. He has one way of not removing it, but definitely getting the stacks off the Star Spring. He actually plays a 1-of Homecoming.
Well, I guess, yeah, you could do that. Yeah, you could do that.
That is kind of genius. I mean, it definitely can turn around the matchup, but I feel like at that point, this Tom Kench Soraka deck might just win with the board alone. Like, look at the board. There's just a single goat on the side of Yazi, and we have like a full board on Tremor's side. At one point, yes, it's not going to be enough damage to kill you in 2 turns, but maybe in 3 or 4 turns, the damage accumulated will be enough to threaten lethal, and what do you do then?
Yeah, this is looking super, super tough for Yazi, as you mentioned. I mean, you can drop Zoe, but that doesn't really achieve anything. You might just have to drop Goat and Zoe as blockers at this point, but that's still going to feel really bad because you don't really want to block anything from Soraka Tom Kench at any point. This deck is pretty much like going, where's the Lee Sin? We just need Lee Sin now as early as possible, or even a Zenith Blade maybe on the Goat, but up against Soraka Tom, that's still not going to be ideal because they could just have a Hush.
And the issue that is going to be presented to Yazi is, even if I drop my Lee Sin, what then? This Tom Kench is big, is scary, they can heal it pretty easily, and then they can just hit my Lee Sin. I do not have the tools in order to get my Lee Sin to a higher attack. The gems are nice and all, but they are at focus speed. So if you don't know what focus speed is, you cannot play it during combat tricks that are played on your units or combat phases.
I like that they actually put in a description for this now, focus speed with the new expansion. Gem speed was the name that was thrown around in the community early on. But focus speed also sounds nice. I don't know what the meaning behind that is. I understand fast spells, I understand burst and slow. Focus it's there.
I mean, Gem's speed is just the speed at which Gems reaches Master, which is very high because he plays Scouts.
I mean, I was really slow this time around, to be quite fair. I spent a lot of time just trying out other decks before I switched to Scouts inevitably. and then it worked quite easily. But I'm surprised you went that route. I would have just gone at the speed Gems his hair is being lost, but yeah, that also works.
Yeah, the pandemic has shown us Gems without a haircut, and that's the worst thing that happened in Corona.
Yeah, now this is looking really, really tough for Yazi. Again, still no Lee Sin. How many cards in the deck actually are we? We're pretty far in. To the point, I think you just have the Guiding Touch now to try and draw through here as much as you can.
Yeah, but then again, Lee Sin is not going to save in this situation because you cannot protect it enough. It's just going to get eaten. And your opponent is comfortable just passing if you try to deploy a Lee Sin. They do not need to have an incentive to attack.
Yeah, you can try to hush the Tom Kench here and try to kill him that way. The only problem is you just run into maybe another Astral Protection, maybe you do run into a Hush yourself, and as soon as your Mountain Goat gets hushed, it's also going to die here, which I don't think you can afford at this point, so he just lets it go through, which means more heals. Tom Kench is still happy, can try to eat the Goat here. You don't want to invest, maybe you do have to invest to deny it. There's Lee Sin though.
And an ally has reconnected.
Yeah, although this might be a little bit too late because there's no way of stopping Tom Kench just devouring it.
Yeah, both players playing super patient here. Yazi knows he needs to make this Mountain Goat so juicy that Tremor can't not eat it, basically. But Tremor knows, okay, there's a way, way better meal waiting for him. If he ever plays this Tom Kench spell, Yazi is just free to play the Lee Sin, and he definitely doesn't want that.
At this point, I think you are searching for something like a Nopify in your deck, or you're searching for something like Bastion in order to deploy your Lee Sin safely and make them at least waste that acquired taste. So you do represent some sort of lethal. You do not have the capacity to give him Overwhelm with Zenith Blade to go for an OTK, but that's already another issue that Yazi needs to deal with.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, is there a way to stop the Tom Kench? I mean, you have Deny, but again, you don't want to deny the Devourer, right? That's like a super feels bad because that's just delaying the inevitable for one more turn.
Yeah, the one thing is, though, you don't have a lot of targets to deny, so the I think the only other card you could deny would be a Soraka spell. Obviously, you do want to deny that because that ends the game. If we ever see Soraka plus a Soraka spell on the board, I think that's just so much heal that you can't do anything about it. The thing here is, you have to win the game at some point. This Star Spring right now is just ticking and ticking and ticking. It's a clock that almost is hitting 12, and you don't have the one-off copy of Homecoming in hand right now, so you don't have any way of removing it.
Yeah, we're going to have to see that Acquired Taste come down straight away. This has to be a deny. The other option, what are the other options? You can't, hushing Tom is not enough. That he's still a 2/6. You need to deny this turn, try buff up the Lee Sin as much as you can this turn, then a hush on the next turn? After you've kicked probably Tom back into the hand or something? To force him to then, because then he doesn't get the Acquired Taste on the next turn?
What's important and what...
Potentially, if he can't play it yet.
And what Yazi might have done is go for a bit of a juicy way and go for the Spell Thief into the freshly played Bastion that Tremor played, and that way he wouldn't have wasted the deny. But at some point, you do need to play the deny because, as Ice mentioned, there are not a lot of targets in the Targon deck that are at fast or slow speed. Most spells are at burst. Things like Hush, like Bastion, like Astral Protection are at burst speed.
Yeah, and at this point, there's just an easy block here. I think you just put the 2/4 in front of this 11 attack goal. You're like, okay, 11 attack, I don't care. It's not going to get through here. Doesn't have Overwhelm now. Does it?
Was there any consideration to use the 2 gems plus Hush and just all in on the Tom potentially this turn?
There might have been, but there is a Bastion, and you might need to Hush now. You could also play this stun here.
Hush is fantastic here because it will get put back into the hand, and then they can't get an Acquired Taste on the next turn, right? Because they can't play it this turn. So I really like Hush here.
That's perfect. Yeah, you could have also used the Concussive Palm here, but at this point, Hush might be better. You might need a Concussive Palm for something. I don't know. So gets back the Fangs here. So the lethal via just board is definitely off the table for Tremor, which means Yazi now can breathe a bit. He has a Lee Sin. Lee Sin can't be removed from the board next turn. He has at least 2 turns now, well, 1.5 turns, to actually find Overwhelm for his Lee Sin, find that Zenith Blade. Oh, okay. And there we actually get one way to find that, and it's a Deep Meditation here, coming in for 3 mana.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That is exactly what Yazi needed. Some more card draw to get those key cards, right? So maybe a second Hush. A Zenith Blade would be ideal, as you mentioned. I'm trying to think what other cards are even left in the deck that are going to be useful here off this deep meta outside of those 2.
Another deny for the Tom Kench spell would be nice. Homecoming, definitely. Homecoming would be such an MVP here to remove the Star Spring, because one thing we haven't talked about is how far is the Star Spring? I haven't seen it. Has anyone have an idea on how far that one is?
It's probably very close. It's been a while. It's been sat on the board for quite a long time. Okay, let's deny this pet. Still no Zenith. That's actually really unfortunate.
That is super unlucky. I mean, he does play all 3 copies of Zenith Blade in his deck, so at one point he should have at least drawn one. But also, this goat is kind of going against the game plan, right? Because what this goat is basically doing is just taking all the buffs from the temple and denying them from Lee Sin. That we see 19, which means the Star Spring is going to level. He needs to play this Pair Cascade, needs to find the Homecoming, needs to find the win that way. Otherwise, he is going to lose here. Oh, he passes! Okay, I feel like there was a way out of that Homecoming, but decides not to do it here.
Okay. I'm not too sure about that one.
Maybe you thought, hey, I wasn't lucky with all the Zenith Blades. I'm definitely not going to get the Homecoming here. and he just passed back. But yeah, that's
Maybe
usually
the Star Spring. Maybe it was Star Spring. Oh, thank you for the raid, Lobster. This is raid central today, guys. First Shihu, now Lobster. You guys are tuning in to round number 1 of our tournament. We are just in the middle between Tremor and Yazi, game number 1 here. And it's looking to shape up to be a fun little tournament for you guys. And also for everyone tuning in, head on over to Matcherino. If you go and to !Matcherino in chat, you can go and donate some money for free, because we are crowdfunding this tournament, but you can use code LOR in the coupon section to get some money for free into the prize pool. More people that do. If you're not playing, it quite easily goes straight to the prize pool for anyone playing, 100%. All the money goes straight to the prize pot.
Yeah, and here we see round 2, and oh my god, is this a mirror match? Because he's also going up against Zoe here. As you mentioned, we don't know the deck list from both players. We do know that this is Zoe Lee Sin that Yazi is playing, but seeing Zoe and a Goat, and especially with the Targon and Ionia region combination, it's a mirror. And now it comes down to who is drawing Lee Sin, who is drawing the Zoe, and we have the Zoe on one side. We haven't seen Lee Sin so far in the hand of Yazi. He can develop an elusive blocker in a couple of turns so that Zoe just stops generating all the value in the world. But right now, Tremor seems to be ahead, but there's a Temple, also a super important card in this matchup.
Yeah, because Temple, while you play it on the turn 4, yes, it is a Temple loss, but if you keep playing card after card, it just helps you be ahead of your opponent, because when you are a Lee Sin Zoe deck, you are always going to be reactive and have an answer to what they are playing. So now, if you have the option to be reactive while you have mana to spare and they cannot develop that freely, or they cannot go with their attacks that freely, that is huge for a deck that wants to stall the game until they get their Lee Sin. And we have seen in the last game how hard it is to get your Lee Sin.
Yeah, but he goes for attack, goes for the buff on the Goat. Usually you're fine with this getting killed, because that means you get a lot of gems, which means it's way easier to actually level your Lee Sin. And especially with the Temple available, those gems are just going to pull work. But what we do see here again is that this is probably going to be a giant Goat, and it is going to steal all the buffs from the Lee Sin if he hits the board. I don't know if it was the biggest problem last game. The bigger problem was that he didn't draw any Zenith Blades or Homecomings.
Or Lee Sin.
It can be a problem.
Or Lee Sin for like half the game, which is the other main problem. Truth is not to slam down this Veil yet. I don't mind this too much, because you have the gems, I guess, this turn. And you can float 3 anyway and drop the Veil Temple in the next turn. You don't have Lee Sin yet. The other consideration was just to go for that Zenith Blade so you can get the third one out of the deck. So you have a nice all 3 Zenith Blades in hand and ready for when the Lee Sin does eventually come into your hand.
And what gems and the Temple do for you in this deck is they allow you the ability to slow play your opponent and just to soft pass, because you can play the Temple, you can play a gem, then pass, a gem, then pass, then you get mana back, and then you can play another gem if you decide that your opponent needs to do something. If you trim your mana down to 3, you can float it and your opponent doesn't do anything. I think it is a win for you in this deck.
Yeah, see, I don't like this ordering at all, because I would have liked just to have taken that third Zenith Blade out of the deck, but really, really valuing this Sparkle Flyer as a potential win condition here. Or even just to play around the Challenger being the Serpent pulling it. But again, you are really susceptible to a Hush on the next couple of turns against this deck, which is why I don't like necessarily putting it all on the other units straight away. My main issue obviously was, of course, not getting the draw from that Zenith, because you want to thin out that deck. You want to be able to improve the quality of your future draws, because now if you draw another Zenith on the next turn, that could have been something else.
Yep. What we do see here is just the strength of the Temple combined with like cheap invokes, right, that Zoe provides. Because just for 0 mana, you get 2 mana back, you get a Challenger, Zoe gets through again, just generates another spell, and a lot of these low-cost invokes can be really good in this matchup, right? You can just get a silence, not for the Lee Sin, but for one of these followers that are going to be buffed here. You can also get a stun, which is really important in the late game that all of a sudden needs to be denied or notified. Just provides you a lot of value that Yazi right now doesn't have.
And speaking about value, we do see how Temple weighs in this matchup because, well, Yazi had the option to develop the Temple on his turn 4. He decided to go for developing a unit, while Tremor decided to develop his Temple, and now he has potential for a lot of tempo swings into his favor. And it is going to be always awkward to attack or to block into his units because they have the capacity to grow taller and taller.
Yeah. I think it was just hard for Yazi to develop the temple last turn, right? Because your opponent already had the Zoe. He already was pressuring you, and you really wanted to block the Zoe. You really did not want your opponent to get more value, but okay, the value game might be over soon because we have a Lee Sin on one side and we don't have a Lee Sin on the other side.
Yeah, that's always a big problem in this matchup. Is sometimes this happens and one side gets Lee Sin, the other side doesn't. What's even more scary, obviously, is Tremor's had this Veiled Temple down for a while already, whereas Yazi just had to commit 4 mana now after seeing the Lee Sin come down, which is going to be a pretty big tempo loss here for him because he's not going to be able to develop. Tremor now can do whatever they want. They can just play cards on the next turn. They can play Zenith. They're pretty safe here. Whereas Yazi doesn't actually have much to actually even stop a Lee Sin in his hand.
Yeah, and the scariest part about this is that both of them just traded off the goats. And that was perfect for Tremor because that meant that Lee Sin now is the strongest unit on board. He now receives the temple buffs. He now has a spell shield, again, generated from Zoe. It's so good in these matchups to get those cheap invokes. They provide you a lot of value. And I actually do think that if we nerf Targon, we might also have to nerf some of these cheap invokes, right? So, 1 mana Silence, for example, super strong, but this 2 mana spell shield obviously a bit worse because it is slow, but especially in mirror matches like this, super important.
It is slow, however, the Silence is a slow, unlike our old buddy Purifier, which is 2 mana for burst, or Hush for 3 mana. So the speed of it does impact the cost, which is I've always thought is quite interesting in terms of the design aspect.
Oh yeah, definitely. But it's just the fact that Zoe can get you a silence so cheap, it's just triggering me. But that might just be me because I've been trying to play Swain lately. And whenever you play Swain against the Zoe deck, you're like, okay, do I concede now or do I concede when they play a 1 mana silence on my 8 mana Leviathan?
This is, I mean, if you're Tremor, I honestly just hit okay on this, right? Like, why do we? The Sparklefly loses Zenith Blade. They've spent how much mana to remove a Zoe, and you just replay it. I don't even think it's worth a deny.
But I think it just shows how desperate Yazi is, right? We see his hand is barely anything but gems. What? He really wants that invoke, okay? I've been talking up these cheap invokes from Zoe, but they're not that important, okay, Tremor?
I would have just hit okay on that, right? Like, to me, that felt fantastic. They're spending so much mana just to remove a Zoe to stop a spell. I don't know.
Yeah,
I would just hit
okay.
okay.
He just really pep talk, and he was like, really, okay, guys, you think Zoe is powerful? I'm going to show you the power of Zoe.
Because you just lost one of your Zenith Blades there.
Well, that might seem a bit odd. I think it is according to plan because I think Tremor wants to have a second option. If, however, in any parallel universe his Lee Sin gets removed, he wants to have an alternate win condition. So I can explain that decision going into that line.
Now we have another Zenith Blade here. I don't know. He just really wants to thin out his deck. Just really wants to find the Lee Sin, obviously. But there we see the Nulpify Zoe levels. Okay. I don't want to call this game, but it is going to get infinitely harder now for Yazi, and it was already super hard.
Yeah, and
you can now understand why his opponent was so carefree into using that deny, because he probably has a lot of resources in hand, a lot of spells. In some aspect, I think Lee Sin types of decks are similar to Shen Fiora in the matter that you draw a lot of spells, a lot of protection spells or denial spells. So we might put him on a lot of those spells.
Yeah, as chat is calling out, you can get the 4/1 charger to give Overwhelm out to Lee Sin to not need Zenith Blade. You can also give him life. You can also find lifesteal with your own sparkle flights if you've got any in the deck, and a couple of number of good options. Even elusive to just block a sparkle fly now on the opposing side for Lee Sin would be fantastic. Just to be hilarious. Just Lee Sin blocks and everything.
Genius. So if you don't draw Zenith Blade, you just have to level Zoe. Well, if only Yazi would have known this last game, you know, you could have gotten overwhelmed on his Lee Sin. But yeah, it is done. One of the things that's hard for this deck is actually removing units. You need challenge, you need Lee Sin. If you don't have Lee Sin, it's just hard to remove the Zoe. It was impossible here, and that now means that Zoe and Lee Sin are just gonna wreak havoc. Oh my god, he even stunned the 1/1 here. So nope, no buffs for this elusive unit. You just have to pass here. Do you develop a second temple? It is a lot of value, but you don't really have a hand right now.
Well, maybe just because you do not have a hand, you can be inclined to develop a second temple, because you essentially cannot do much. But at the same time, if you do develop temple, you just tell your opponent, all right, I only have 1 real card in my hand right now, 2 coming next turn. So be free to do whatever you want.
Just get a paddle star away with 2/2 as well. 'Cause why not? It doesn't even matter. The life total I think is super irrelevant here. We're gonna star chart here to try and see if we get any other keywords. Maybe looking for the overwhelm, if possible here. Nope, didn't get it by the looks of things. And we don't have Zenith Blade yet, so this just means I think Tremor has maybe an extra turn or two right here for. Oh, Yazi has an extra turn or two here to potentially draw Lee Sin, because that's the only out here.
Yeah, what draw Lee Sin is good. The problem is you yourself don't have overwhelm for Lee Sin right now. So even if Lee Sin gets quite a bit bigger, if he can't one-shot Tremor, it is going to be for naught, right?
I mean, there's a lot of damage right now with double Temple and Mentor of the Stones on the board. That can get it very close.
The main issue is here, I think, is that they cannot get overall anymore through the traditional way of getting Zenith Blade, because all 3 Zenith Blades have been played, have been denied, or played on units that have died already. So your only chance is to grind a Zoe into getting the Charger, and that is way too much and way too much time.
Not necessarily. You could Spell Thief for a Zenith.
There's the Lee Sin.
But he's only 3 spells. Can he get? He doesn't have it. You have to Spell Thief into something that's playable, right? Have we seen a Zenith on the side of Tremor?
I don't think so. That's why I'm like kind of worried here. That let's see. Maybe he did play one. Nope.
Do we invoke something?
Let's go, Big Dragon. Okay, we go. I mean, the Big Dragon would have been lethal actually with the gems, right? Do you have enough mana? No, you don't. Wait, no, with the temples you do have enough mana. Wait, why did I probably would have gone for the invoke lethal here. I would have been like, hey, if I get a big dragon, maybe I just kill the Zoe and then
I think the play here is to go for something like the Destroyer, but because the dragon is just going, the Great Beyond is just going to get blocked by Zoe. And even if you go for the Destroyer, too much on HP on that Lee Sin. That shit is never getting through.
Well, I mean, you can pull the Destroyer now, and then you have your Lee Sin to just basically just pull the other Lee Sin away, right?
This is looking super tough.
You could also still go for oh no, you obviously can't anymore. I was like, maybe you go for the Immortal Fire and you buff up the Immortal Fire of gems. Does not work, obviously.
Phoenix. Chat was saying Phoenix, so you can pull Zoe away with and an attack with Phoenix that's big enough, but that's not even enough damage, right?
Maybe it would have been, but it doesn't look like it because, yeah, you could have pushed 10 damage there, which just isn't enough.
I think what you're looking here is to go for Messenger and find another deny in order to survive another turn, but it is already looking very tricky. And if you survive this turn, what are you doing the turns to come? The Lee Sin is not going to be able to grow enough in order to represent Little. And our Soul Spell Thief, I think, has been gone to waste because we didn't hit something meaningful, something like an overrun on our opponent's side in order to OTK them.
By the way, Blevins. Big up to Blevins, by the way. He literally just donated $50, by the way. So we are now up to $69 in the tournament.
Nice.
Hot damn.
So the prize pool's now shot up to $69 dollars, as well as we have the in-game reward prizes as well for everyone who has signed up. And there's still obviously Matrino codes that can be used.
So everybody that is playing in this tournament, you now have to try a bit harder. The prize pool just got bigger. And this looks bad for Yazi, but he is going to survive here. I think even if you let this go through, you still survive.
And I think here comes in the seasoned tournament prep, because some of the people or most of the players in the tournaments go by this rule. If I am leaving, if I am given another chance, I'm not going to waste the opportunity to leave another turn. So I am usually letting it through. But Yazi decides that that moment is not acceptable anymore. He needs to do something now in order to prolong. He's suffering at this point even longer.
That's basically how I play Shen Fiora against Overwhelm. As long as I'm living, I'm just letting it go through because I don't want to run into a Thundermere spell. But yeah, survives here. On 9 HP, looks a bit more healthy than we might have been expecting at this point. But again, no Lee Sin. His Lee Sin just got killed. You have an Invoke here. Doesn't look like the best Invokes, but you do get a draw. So maybe you do find your second Lee Sin. Oh.
Well, this is. I mean, it's been looking like it's over for Yazi for a number of turns. Okay, get to the.
We've been calling those Lee Sins, guys. Okay, whenever we say, okay, he's going to survive and he's going to draw a Lee Sin next turn, he actually does draw a Lee Sin. So
that never happens. Normally, it's in like the last 3 cards in that deck. But this has been really. I mean, Yazi still is in a very tough spot, right? Even so. Lee Sin doesn't have, as we mentioned, no more Zenith Blades available. So they're not going to be able to do a massive OTK in general. Has to slam down the Lee Sin, but again, it's just going to most likely be removed on the next turn. Tremor just slow rolling it. Maybe hasn't found a single Zenith. We can't see the hand, obviously, but I'm just going on the line that we just haven't seen. So many Zoes in hand from Tremor. It's just like, nope, this Lee Sin is never attacking.
maybe it's just, you know, a tactical play from Tremor to not play Zenith Blades, so they can't be spell thieved away, and Yazi can't get one, because he knows that Yazi doesn't have another Zenith Blade. But yeah, Lee Sin is getting stunned here, and again, this looks super doomed. I don't know what he can pull out of his bag of tricks that can save him next turn, but he already did it. Maybe he can do it again. In the end, all that Tremor needs is just to invoke like a random elusive unit, and all of a sudden this becomes undefendable.
And one thing that is worth pointing out is the pressure was so hard on Yazi that he couldn't even level the Lee Sin. We see this Lee Sin coming down as not even leveled. It is close to leveling, but he had to survive so many turns that he couldn't afford to play things like gems too much in order to level it.
Yeah, it might even be forced to attack with this 7/6 just to get some lifesteal. Right? I think you're honestly just forced it to do it, so you can potentially survive one. Okay, now you're not surviving no matter what.
Yep. There we go. We finally see the Zenith Blade on Tremor's side, and that Lee Sin is looking super, super scary. 11-10 spell shield, lifesteal, overwhelm, everything. Pike Cascade for good measure. Like, not even pulling the Zoe. Like, it's fine if you block mine. I'm just gonna get this W here. And yeah, that was an attempt to find another copy of Deny, maybe a home. Not even Homecoming would do it, because this Lee Sin now has Spell Shield. And that is it. Tremor takes this 2-0. It was a long 2-0, because this matchup has been drawn out by Yazi, who has done his best to actually defend himself. And even though he had significantly worse draw, I would say, he definitely did not have Zoe on 1, he did not have Lee Sin on 5. He did a good job stalling out this game, but unfortunately fell in the end. It was just not meant to be.
And
Yeah. It
If we're
doesn't.
going back to... Go ahead, James.
No, go for it. It's fine.
And if we're going a bit back to the game, I think everything went down to shambles when we have seen that Zoe that wasn't really a challenge in the early turns. There was no Lee Sin whatsoever, and even more important, they got the temple and they got the tempo swing while the opponent was forced to play something like that Sparkle Fly in order to have a blocker for the Zoe instead of developing their own temple. And then Lee Sin coming down for them, and them not having that Lee Sin was just priceless for their opponent.
Yeah, I mean it was a good match to see overall, and it was a great opportunity to see new people playing as well, because a lot of these guys we haven't actually seen in a lot of the tournament scene, which we are, by the way, hoping to run more stuff in the Discord here, so do join it. It is just the big LOR Discord. It's literally just, if you just go Discord, invite Legends of Runeterra, it will send you there. I don't have it in my channel because my channel points to my own Discord, which also I post stuff a lot about tournaments there, so feel free to join there. Currently trying to find another match for you guys to show, but there aren't many matches left for this round, I believe. I'm just having a quick...
Well, it's still Guardian Powered versus Jigs Dixon is still playing. And
is that his actual in-game name?
Well, I mean, his tournament name is, I think, McCloud.
I think he's watching someone else. I could be wrong, unless Jigs Dixon is...
Jigs Dixon is also his in-game name, and it is his Smash GG name, and he is playing against McCloud right now, who is streaming on the channel Guardian Powered, and both of them are playing decks we haven't seen so far, and are going in a very different direction, guys. We have seen a lot of Tyron, a lot of the Ionia right now, but they are actually playing both LeBlanc decks. We have Ash LeBlanc versus a Sivir LeBlanc, which is a pretty interesting matchup because Sivir LeBlanc, new deck, could be strong. Ash LeBlanc is kind of similar to what Ash Sejuani used to be, but it has a bit more freezes and a bit more combat tricks, if I remember correctly. Maybe Cosmin can elaborate on that.
I think the advantage is going to be definitely on the Ash LeBlanc side, because if you're looking at this decks objectively, they try to push damage. What Ash LeBlanc has as a plus is the freezes that are irrelevant combat tricks. Unless there is a Sivir or a Ruin Runner, you should be safe to go and freeze the other attackers. And even if there are those cards, things like Tremor and Glory Seeker are going to try to remove them.
I have no idea what the score is. I'm just setting it as 0-0, by the way. And I've seen some of this. It's basically the old Ash Sejuani list, basically. But they've, instead of Sejuani, they're running LeBlanc. I've seen it a lot, but I'm not actually too knowledgeable on its overall performance.
So Sivir LeBlanc is a pretty interesting deck. It has a lot of combat tricks, and I think it can definitely do well against other mid-rangey type of decks. But I mean, one thing Cosmin just explained, like the Ash deck does have the better combat tricks in this matchup, just because you have like a bunch of freezes and you have a bunch of ways to actually just health buff your units. And what ends up happening is that this Sivir LeBlanc deck not only loses its units in the trade if they don't have their own combat tricks, but also takes much longer to get to the reputation. And while reputation is not needed for this deck to win, it is definitely welcomed because it just means you can generate resources faster and cheaper. And it also means that you can pull off things like get a triple Sivir on the board with the Black Rose Spy, which is also super fun and super, super strong.
Yeah, today we saw the Troll Truck come out there instead of the Brittle Steel. It seems to me that they're saving that Brittle Steel for the next turn from when eventually this Glory Seeker tries to pull the LeBlanc.
Yeah, also saving up spell mana here is interesting. Going for the 4/4 here instead of buffing the whole deck. I think it's fine. It just leaves you open to use combat tricks this turn, but so would have been the half guard, right? You could have also played Brittle Steel here. We probably see the attack here. I can't imagine why not. At 2 mana, there is actually nothing that Jigs Dixon can do here. He can't even play the Draven spell. So I think it's fine to just attack with LeBlanc here. Take the damage with you. Oh, but also attacks with the 4/4.
And to elaborate a bit more on the decision of playing the Avarosan Trapper here is because you want your Yeti out of the deck as fast as possible, because later in the game you do want other top decks. You want to get the Yeti out of the way so you can get to things that are more suited for the late game. So next turn you can safely play something like Avarosan Hardguard, go taller with your units, and then proceed from that point.
Yeah, what we see here the Sivir developed is that next turn this LeBlanc might not be safe. You might, if you want to really save this LeBlanc, you actually have to invest multiple spells, because she has vulnerable. The challenger does not need to actually pull LeBlanc. She is probably going to be pulled here by the Sivir, which has the spell shield. So yeah, you need to use Brittle Steel and Harsh Winds if you actually want to keep this LeBlanc alive.
On the plus side, though, if you use those combat tricks, you do get rid of both the units that your opponent is going to attack with. And you are also building towards that mirror's image that your LeBlanc is going to give you once you hit with 15 amount of damage with your units.
Yeah, and the thing is you also have to consider Jigs Dixon's hand is actually starting to slowly run out of resources. So if you can just remove a couple of their units and you've got like a couple of big beefy units, they now then have to commit a lot to the board in response, right, to deal with your board. And you've got Hearthguard and you've got a Yeti on the next turn most likely as well.
Yeah, the only thing you can be, or you should be afraid of, is obviously a Shaped Stone. We've seen Shaped Stone, I think, on turn 4 already from Jigs Dixon, so maybe he doesn't have another one, but Shaped Stone could obviously still kill here if the Sivir decides to pull LeBlanc, but the 5-1 pulls it, and this is just the easiest thing in the world. You actually go for the Harsh Winds here. Yeah, you do remove both of these annoying units, and you're done with it.
Yeah, this is fantastic. On, I believe it was McLeod's side, so this is... people have like 3 different names. Guys, please. Uniform. Mezume, I'm looking at you first. Every time I see people multiple names, I'm just like, Mezume, you're the number one culprit here.
You mean Mezume, Big Bernard, Chris Shecker.
Exactly. Yeah, there's that Yeti as I was mentioning, coming down. This is now, I mean, Jigs Dixon does have a couple of opportunities. If you can get like a Rune Runner maybe on the board, a couple of other units to maybe stick, or, Bloody Business, fantastic here, if your opponent didn't have a Flash Freeze.
Yeah. By the way, this Sivir is still alive means we did see a Shaped Stone, right? Last turn to actually save her and get the trade into the 2-half unit there.
Yeah, the issue is that if you would have pulled differently, you would have had this LeBlanc killed instead of killing a unit that wasn't really relevant for your opponent's game plan. Now, with this LeBlanc on the line, they can just get another Mirror's Image, and I don't think their deck runs an answer with that. Maybe a Quicksand. I can only see that.
Ooh, going for the block here. There's another Shaped Stone. Whoa. Okay, it's just a Sivir dying. Maybe he wants to get a new Sivir on the board, which then again can challenge the LeBlanc next turn. Well, with Spell Shield again, which would be the play here. But if he doesn't have one, okay, interesting block in that case.
This is still just looking like just a massive board here from McLeod. Luckily, though, Jigs Dixon does get that draw available to him. Maybe try to look for another Severe, plus a couple more Bloody Businesses. There's only so much freeze that can come down on McLeod's side until those Bloody Businesses eventually hit. And being able to have even a Rune Runner would work with as well.
Yeah, Rune Runner would be a perfect card here. Again, Rune Runner will die, but Rune Runner can also easily pull the LeBlanc here. Oh, we do see a rally here, and this might mean that the LeBlanc is going to die here because, the rally didn't matter, but it just did the 2 damage didn't matter.
You pull with the 1 attack unit, right? I don't think there's no difference between the 2. If they have a freeze, it doesn't matter. If they have Troll Charm, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think you were supposed to pull with the 1/1 there, but in the end, it's fine. You got rid of the LeBlanc, but the board is still looking scary. And we saw Jigs Dixon actually use the Whispered Woods there for 4 mana, but On McLeod's side, reputation is achieved. Like, oh my god, that is more than enough reputation. 7 out of 4, now 2 mana, can easily get more draw here. Might even swing for lethal this turn. Oh, okay. Decides to just play it a bit more slowly.
You draw. I would have always drawn there, right? You get the buffed up units from the Hearthguard as well. Now that you've got another Hearthguard effect as well. You're not too scared of anything really Jigs Dixon can do. The most they can do is maybe develop some units and then bloody business, right? That's it.
Yeah. You might have been able to swing for lethal, but plays a bit more slowly here, which means Whirling Death is actually going to be able to remove the 5/5 here.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. For both players, actually, because this means, this could have been easy lethal this turn, and B...
Wait, okay, yeah.
This 5/5 is not going to be removed. But with the Reckoning now in hand, whatever Jigs Dixon develops that is not 5 attack is just going to get killed here, because no way you have something against, like, 3 or more 5 attack units.
The thing is, though, Jigs Dixon's deck is mainly 5 attack plus units anyway, so I don't think Reckoning matters too much. The main issue is obviously Jigs Dixon has no way of dealing with the board, right? It's just his hand is just Shumpos. Oh man, it's just Shumpos.
I love him playing 2 Shumpos though. Okay, I respect him for that. When I tried the deck, I put like 1 Shumpo in there, but then I immediately took it back out again. But 2 Shumpos, I think he almost deserves a spot in the Madman.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, that brings our squad, I believe, to 1 apiece, is what I think it is. I'm gonna have a look at this. Is one thing I have been talking about, is just the number of new tournament players we're seeing today, which is fantastic. I want to see more people playing tournaments. I want to see as many people joining these tournaments as possible. It was kind of one of my goals, by the way, and kind of the reasons I wanted to do it in not my own Discord, but the big LOR Discord, is we get a much different reach into an audience that a lot of people aren't familiar with tournaments, and now they get the opportunity to come in, have some fun. Whether they win or lose, honestly, it doesn't matter to me. I don't mind. I just want to put on an entertaining stream. I want people to have fun and play more than anything else, and they get that opportunity now to take part. And just to show you guys the stats, look at these guys. Average placement, they are steaming ahead of everyone else with their average placement of 0, because they've not played in other Smash.GT tournaments.
Okay, we are getting the freshest players in here. I love this. As you mentioned, new players playing tournaments is always awesome. And that means that these guys will play their first tournament. And so far, it's looking pretty interesting. And as you mentioned, it's 1 apiece right now. And we do see Fist here, finally. We've talked it up at the beginning of the day, but haven't seen it so far. Now we get vindicated. It is actually brought to the tournament. And Fist and TF are already in the hand. But I feel like this LeBlanc Civet deck might be not too bad against this, because if you do get your overwhelm units, you can definitely try and overrun this Fist TF.
Yes, and that is the reason I think that Jigs Dixon has left the Fist TF open, because traditionally Fist TF doesn't have a good matchup into aggro, but it just doesn't have a good matchup. It doesn't mean it's awful, because we do know that Fist TF can play with their whole deck, they can cycle, and they can cheese wins out pretty easily, even in bad situations.
Yeah, we're really reliant on Bloody Business to come down, basically nearly on curve if possible, to try and remove Twisted Fate as quickly as possible. Is kind of the only real solution here. Or we just play a bunch of Ruin Runners and go face. That's that's the other option, right?
Okay, wait, listen guys. Shanpo actually kills the TF. But yeah, with no spell mana saved, it's quite a bit worse. It would have been way easier for Jigs Dixon if he was attacking on evens. Yes, he couldn't have had this juicy attack of the Iron Ballista, but it means you can always remove a TF with an Exhaust whenever he hits the board. The gold card here is pretty interesting.
If we're seeing a gold card here, I think we are pushing towards leveling up our TF even faster than our opponent thinks, and then just red carding. So in hindsight, I think they are just preparing for a huge red card from a leveled up TF.
Yes, if you guys are asking in chat how we get these stats, I pull all these stats via a tool made by my lovely housemate. who's eventually going to release it. But essentially, we're utilizing the Smash.gg API, pulling in all, I think it's the last 5 or 6 tournaments actually that we're pulling specifically of everyone in the tournament and their stats. If they played against each other as well recently, you get the stats of their win-loss percentages and other sort of cool info as well, if those players have actually seen each other in a previous tournament. And this is only Smash.gg stats. Because Battlefied doesn't rely on an API. Hopefully, we're going to be extending it to include. My housemate, I think, said he's going to include challenge mode and challenge. I think is in the works in the next couple months, along with fixing the new UI.
Oh, that's bold.
But you know what was even bolder? Attacking with that TF last turn. We see it now. There is a suit up which would have been perfect for the TF, and it feels really bad because usually TF is just a landmark, but because there were only 2 half units, I think McLeod tried to use the TF as an offensive tool because he was thinking to himself, hey, if I let this match go on for any longer, I basically lose. I have to be aggressive myself, and that meant unfortunately that the TF died. Just because there was a 12 unit and there was a shaped stone, and he just ran straight into that.
So,
but
guys in chat, Fizz happened. That's what happened. If you're wondering, Fizz just negated the spell with the stress testing. It's just like it's just super risky to try and shumpo onto Fizz.
Yeah. Oh, another suit up. Wait. Okay. So. He attacked with the TF. The TF died in what was essentially a bit of a blunder as an attack. But this deck, you can never count Fizz TF out. Look how much damage it is able to develop here with this suit up. That is already 10 elusive damage here.
It's Jixixon just drawing no Ruin Runners and Shumpos. 2 games in a row.
I have no idea. Might be. So we've already seen 2 Shanpos last game. We've seen 2 Shanpos this game. I beg you, I think if you put Shanpo to your deck, maybe make it a one-off. I love the card, but maybe make it a one-off.
I mean, it depends. We haven't seen the Mulligan phase either, but I feel like you nearly always want to look for Rune Runner in this matchup. Rune Runner, Bloody Business, are like your key cards.
Ooh, the Sand Spinner. That is also a really cool card in this deck and a really cool tech that maybe wasn't used at the beginning when this deck was first theorized. But I really love this card because the challenge or the vulnerable it gives, plus the -1 attack, is so good in so many matchups.
Also, I really like the counterfeit copies on Get Excited, by the way. I thought it was a fantastic option because now you increase your odds of drawing another Get Excited, which you could have used just for lethal. In this case, it doesn't even matter because you're going to have enough damage just on the attack.
Yeah, you can actually play Jump the Waters this turn and then just take off everything. Use the overwhelm unit to pull the 2-1 aside, and McLeod here with the Fizz TF. This deck is stealing wins even when it shouldn't.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like Jix Dixon got the key cards right to win in this matchup. The fact that McLeod was still able to take a win out here, even with the TF removed, no level up, had honestly pretty low quality hand for the most part, but Jix Dixon just with a bunch of Shumpos and no real big overwhelm units just meant it just fell completely flat, and we see it here, McLeod taking this match quite comfortably.
Yeah, he found his win condition, right? He was like, okay, I'm just going to develop my board. I don't even care about TF in this matchup. It's unlikely that he levels anyways if I don't have enough draw in hand. So I'm just going to go for the elusive, aggressive game plan. Pulls it through here, gets the win. And that is a 2-1 for these 2 tournament players that are playing for the first time in any tournament ever, at least on Smash GG.
On Smash, they could have played in Battle 5 for all we know. This is their first Smash.gg related tournament that we know of. We do have round number 2 as well. So round 2 is up, guys. For you guys that are new, Swiss means you don't get eliminated. You can carry on playing. However, there is obviously a requirement for qualifying for the top 8. So you have to be, I believe most 6 and 1s make it. All 6 and 1s make it, and a couple of 5 and 2s with lucky tiebreakers might make it. Might, depending on how everything pans out.
Yeah, so if you lose once, don't despair, you can still play, and you can still rack up those wins to maybe get into the top 8. But maybe even if you have a lot of losers, just play, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like especially Swiss rounds are awesome to get tournament practice. And this is the first tournament for the LOR Discord. So I think if you want to practice now and be ready and be prepared for the next tournaments, you can definitely play even if you have already 3 losses. Just play out those Swiss rounds, just get more experience and more wins.
Yeah, I 100% would recommend doing that as well, because every time I play the seasonal and I haven't played in other tournaments, I feel super underprepared for the seasonal, and things like these sort of tournaments are fantastic prep. It's the same format as it. It's good practice. I know it's a couple months away, but it also will help you overall in your ladder experience, especially for the newer players, right? So you come in, you get to have a bit more sort of sit down, a bit more critical thinking. You got a couple of decks available. Why do I want to ban this? Why do I not want to ban this? What cards am I worried about? And you get that sort of critical thinking skills going for a match, and which will then is all applicable in ladder as well, which I like. Things like, oh, they've got these cards, I should be wary of these cards, because you can see their deck lists, and then you think, oh, in ladder, what are the typical cards? Now I play around these now a bit more.
And
Yeah, definitely.
Nowadays, the API is so free to us that we can even try to develop programs that can get the decks out of people on ladder. So if we get at some point in which we get the in-game deck from our other opponent, we're going to play ladder with open deck lists. What do you guys think about that?
Oof, okay, I don't know.
I mean,
I
don't
would like
mind.
it, obviously.
I don't mind people seeing my deck list because I'm usually running scouts. And it's like, what could I be putting in that deck that you have to be worried about? What, like a Tiana? Like what? There aren't that many tech options in that deck. It's a pretty tight, like, controlled list outside of maybe like a couple of cards. It's like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
You can see the list. It's who cares? It's more for people playing more like hidden lists, or people that want to keep their list a bit more hidden, or like are trying to run tech options to counter certain decks on ladder. Those are the people more that I think will be a bit upset by that.
Yeah, I mean, the only ways I got wins with my Swain TF deck was because nobody was actually thinking I was running Spirit Fire. And I'm pretty sure if everybody knew that I was running Spirit Fire, I wouldn't have racked up wins against Fizz TF.
Yeah, not to mention, I think people were complaining regarding to your comment that the Scouts AI is too oppressive, and I do believe that they just took your play patterns and they implemented it into the Scouts AI.
I mean, if they did that would explain some of those Google reviews I'm seeing about the AI being too strong.
Okay, those reviews have been wild. All over the place. Some of them not understanding game mechanics and just giving 1-star reviews. It was a bizarre thing to see, actually, and I like this. So if you want to see this, guys, James on Twitter actually did a series where he was basically just taking 1-star Google reviews of Runeterra and putting them up, and
I posted a new one today.
To believe it.
I posted another one today, by the way. So if you haven't seen that, if you go to my Twitter, I think it should be linked below. You get to see some fantastic 1-star Google reviews of Runeterra. I think the one I posted today claimed that Runeterra was more pay to win than Hearthstone.
Oh. Okay.
There's a bunch of others saying they can't beat the AI, but that's neither here nor there. But it's just, if the Scouts, I understand that one.
I mean, Scout is also like the perfect deck for the AI, right?
He just slams stuff on the board. It's true. That is
Scouts AI deck. I never played around the Scouts AI deck.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever played against the AI outside of like those weird game modes. Okay, I need to fix my posture. Let me fix that. There we go.
Yeah, I really like the new game modes, by the way. We are obviously still talking because the round has started, but the players haven't started their games now. And I think one thing I really liked was the new fun mode with the AI that was kind of playing like a Hearthstone dungeon mode. I don't want to call them out, but that was super cool to actually play. And also, guys, I really like the duo labs. But at some point, do you guys think we will ever get like a duo 2v2 lab where you can actually bring your own decks? Or would that be just too boring because people would just figure out the meta super fast and then nothing fun happens?
Or
imagine if that is enabled, you just get to run a tournament like that, like any ran a tournament like that with 2v2s. If they enable that in game, That's gonna be huge if you sequence your tournament with the game mode.
I mean, that'd be fantastic, because what you can do... The question, actually, no, I know. I see the big question in that 2v2 mode is, can we choose who's attacking, who's defending, before we submit the decks for the 2v2?
That is a good question, because I think it's random, so I don't think you can.
Because you can have a deck...
Like,
you have one person with only odd cards in their deck, another card with only... and you could curve out perfectly. You'd have an 80-card deck.
Okay, Jem's already thinking about the curve that you're thinking about playing control. He just wants to curve out those scouts and just wants to go in.
I mean, you have to think about what you're playing, right, on the turn. If you're on the defending turn, you only have even plus spell mana, right? So you want to have units that are only even, potentially, to fill the curve nicely.
Oh, yeah. I mean, in the end, I think it would just create a toxic meta where there are like 2 decks that are going to be played because they're going to be super good. And I don't know how they want to do it, although, if you guys remember, there was a book early on in Runeterra where actually you could decide who goes first in a game. So if you did a private challenge, the one that was challenging was actually always going first.
Oh yeah, that was a long time ago. I forgot about that. I think we had to do like rock, paper, scissors, right? At one point to see who went first or second. And that was actually, I mean, I didn't mind having that sort of level of thinking, right? In terms of what deck you want to, what position you want. Because a lot of decks do not necessarily want to attack on one. A lot of decks wanted to actually sit back, turn 2, float that 1 mana maybe, and then develop a little bit later. So it was interesting to see that when it was the case. But I do prefer the random, purely on an organizational standpoint. We don't have to bother doing rock, paper, scissors and other nonsense on who goes first or second. People can just go into their matches.
Yeah, I still remember organizing a tournament early on, like in March or even earlier. That was super hard, but look at what we got right now. We got an in-game tournament mode. If that ever gets opened up to the public, it's going to be insane. But right now, tournaments also got easier to run just because I think people just understand how it works now in Runeterra to actually play Swiss and get used to it. And again, this tournament is just for new people to also get used to playing Swiss, just banning decks and building a lineup and everything, which I think building a lineup is the hardest part of playing in a tournament, right? It's not on the org part. We don't have to care about your lineups. We are even like, it's better for us if you have a bad lineup, because if you have a funny lineup, it's something to talk about on the cast. But as a player, building a lineup, especially if you do it for the first or like the first 5 times, might be a bit hard because there's so many things to think about and you can definitely overthink it.
I know I used to overthink it and bring decks I wasn't good at, and I've kind of given up on that, and now I just play scouts in most tournaments, and it does a lot better than when I was playing other decks. And I feel like comfort picks are something that shouldn't be understated, especially in things like the seasonal.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, we see it like in games like League of Legends, where sometimes people go off meta just to go comfort, and also sometimes you just surprise your opponents, right? It's like they didn't expect that one deck that maybe isn't like the perfect meta call, but it's just a deck that you are really good at. You know the matchups, which is super important to know all the matchups. If you just pick a really good deck, might not work out. Although I think if you just pick Fist TF and you level TF on turn 5, might work out even if you don't know the matchups.
I think it's technically the only deck that you do not need the matchups to be known, because you just spit cards from your deck, from your hand, and you just randomly win. You're like, all right, I have a bunch of Burble Fishes. How did we reach this point? Oh, okay, I guess I win.
Yeah, that is true. But by the way, the first match that we're going to be watching in round 2, hopefully, if they manage to get into a game, is going to be Sysbox versus Young Bukowski. As you guys can see, fresh on Smash. They don't have any prior history here to show here overall in terms of what they've been playing recently. They could have been playing in other tournaments, in other Battle 5 tournaments, but for Smash, there hasn't actually been any info there.
Yeah, and that's always interesting to see. Yeah. I think the Smash stats are super important because not all of them, but most of the community tournaments are played on Smash, and also something like Fight Night is played on Smash. So you can see if someone has Smash stats, if someone has been on Fight Night before, which is a lot of the good players, if not all of them, in the LOR community have been on Fight Night, and it is like something to measure them by. And you know, if they have been on Fight Night, they have Smash stats. So that really shows that those are new players into the competitive scene, and it's always exciting to see something like that. I mean, I don't even know if I have Smash stats, by the way, because I haven't really played Runeterra tournaments outside of the seasonal.
Have you played a Fight Night?
No, I haven't. I can't.
I still Fight Night.
Maybe one day I do like the OBS production, and I also play. And then, you know what? In that case, I don't even need the streams from other people. I just stream my game, but then the second hand is going to be delayed. Wait, that doesn't work. Okay, no, that's way too hard to figure out. Let's not do that.
But you also need to win until the final and win the final if you want.
That's the easiest part, obviously. I'm just going to beat everyone. They're not ready for the Vladimir.
Yeah,
Maybe you are not as well.
The match should be starting any minute now. Scissorbox is a Masters player, at least from prior seasons. I can tell by because they have the icon. So we do know that at least via that. So not seen them around in tournaments myself. But again, I haven't actually had a chance to run many. I've been wanting to do more. So if you guys want me to cast more tournaments, please go into my DMs, either Twitter, Twitch, doesn't matter, Discord. I'm happy to cast. I'm sitting around here saying, please give me tournaments to cast, guys. And I haven't been given any for a while, so you know what to do.
Oh, okay. That was quick. Okay, we are actually going in-game here. And, okay, we are seeing Sejuani Overwhelm here with the Renekton. It's a new deck, has been theorized pretty early on, and Rico Rex is happy. He's smiling. It is a deck that is probably one of the better Shurima decks on the ladder right now, because Shurima decks, they have it rough, man. I'm not gonna lie. I think early on, a lot of Shurima decks had a negative win rate. I think the most successful that have come out of Shurima are basically just SI Aggro, which plays like 3 Shurima cards and Azir, and this Overwhelm deck.
Like, there has been this discussion that Shurima is great, but they should have at least more than 5 competitive cards, you know? Like, at this point, they just have Renekton, they have Ruin Runner, possibly Severe, they have Shapestone, and what else? Rite of Negation. Maybe Quicksand to make it 6, but that's it.
Yeah, but here we do see one of the streamer decks that has been finding a lot of success and has been played a lot of the ladder. I mean, Overwhelm is always fun to play. That also has to factor into it. Might not be the best deck, but it's definitely one of the most fun decks to play, because you just trample over your opponent. And it is going up here against Zoe and Aphelios, which is, I wouldn't say a control deck. It's actually more of an invoke mid-range deck, if I may say so.
Yeah, it very much is. It's very much try find as many little bits of tempo throughout the game by just outvaluing them with Zoe spells, with Aphelios stuff, and just slowly try and take control of the board until you realize your opponent realizes, well, I'm just gonna lose here. It doesn't matter if they're on 1 HP now, because they're just gonna hit star shaping, and now I can't do anything. However, though, Overwhelm with double Ruin Runner in hand should theoretically do very well, because they're actually pretty difficult to deal with.
We have seen on IMDXL's side, or Young Bukowski's side, at this point they have too many names, that he's running star-tipped pick, which you do not know what it does. It is like a spare landmark, as I would call it, that after 2 turns is going to give you a Celestial in the amount of mana from 0 to 3. So it is nice because paired with Zoe, it gives you additional fuel in order to level her.
Yeah, what we see here is just actually gets through with the 5/5. Doesn't even need the Overwhelm if it isn't blocked. We do see Aphelios here. No Temple so far. Temple also an important card in almost every Targon deck. Wait, is there a Targon deck where you don't put in a Temple? Maybe Soraka Tom Kench, but there another landmark has taken that spot.
This is, again, I mean, I think if you're on Scissorbox's side, you just have to slam down Ruin Runners, right? It is a very straightforward game plan.
Just get the pain train rolling. Yes, I like it. That's a good idea. But we also see that I Am the Exile, Young Bukowski, is actually getting started here. Wait, what just happened? Did he just play Crescendo and nothing happened?
Wait, that gives you so much information. You do know that your opponent has the other 2 copies of the Sky Shadows in hand. He just didn't keep track of the hand.
Oof. Okay. I mean, that definitely hurts for Young Bukowski here. Not having a Sky Shadows in the deck anymore. I mean, at least he has a Nightfall card on the board, so even if he plays those, he gets his spell mana back. That is also something that sometimes, if you do build an Aphelios deck where you do have the Sky Shadows as the target for your Crescendo, as soon as the Aphelios dies and you don't have any other Nightfall spells, it becomes infinitely harder.
I'm curious what spell did he phase into, because he might have taken that Crescendum willingly in order to get to something like Gravitum in order to stop a potential litter attack or an attack with a beefy unit.
Yeah, that makes sense. But I think if you go Crescendum, you have to go one more spell before you get to Gravitum. I don't think you can go straight from Crescendum into Gravitum. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. As soon as he gets the Gravitum, it's going to be huge. Although we do have to mention that all those Overwhelm units are going to have Spell Shield or are going to be champions, which makes it way harder because you can't set up the double stun, or you might not be able to set up a stun at all.
Oh, this is looking very, very interesting, right? Because Scissor Box obviously is just going to slam down another Rune. I think you don't think you ever go for Sejuani, right? I think Rune Runners are just infinitely more difficult to deal with than a Sejuani in this match, and all you really want is Rune Runner, and then hope you draw what is the key card in the deck, which is Battle Fury.
Yeah, and there we see the Calibrum now phasing probably into the Gravitum. Just as Cosmo mentioned, he definitely did want to get to this, and that's why he played the Crescendum.
Even if you go to the Gravitum, though, you do have one of the problems that is Spell Shield in this situation, and Rear Runner is such a good stated card because it's a 6/4 body for 5. That's also a plus. It is an Overwhelm, another plus, and then you throw in that Spell Shield, and your opponent has a big, beefy Overwhelm unit that they cannot really deal with. And now, a bit of a pickle because he doesn't know which one is the important champion that he needs to deal with.
Oh, that Zoe is definitely going to be annoying. And I like actually going for the Zoe here because A, you don't want her to level, B, you don't really want her to provide any more value via stuns, silences. It's just all bad against Overwhelm, or all good against Overwhelm and all bad for the Overwhelm deck. Yeah, pulls the Zoe here, just puts in the maximum amount of damage. I like pulling with the 6/4 here. You don't want this Rune Runner to die to anything like a Pair Cascade plus a block with the 3/1. So definitely correct play here. Plays it down like super calm and super measured. Gets a lot of damage in, and this looks really bad for I Am the Exile here. Another Sky's Shadows.
We have seen him hovering over the landmark repeatedly, over the Preservarium, and I think because they do want to enable their Shapestone so they can have even more overwhelm damage if anything really happens on their side.
Yeah, again, Sejuani came down. I don't know if I agreed with that. I think with this hand, you just want as many units that can't be stunned, silenced, stop the overwhelm in some way, with hushes or whatever, just make it as awkward as possible for Young Bukowski to actually deal with anything. Because that's kind of like the only way I think you win in this matchup. If you give him time to get to those Gravitums, as we can see here, to get answers, to get through those spell shields, you're going to be in a very much losing position.
Yeah, but goes for the draw here. Oh, finds a Battle Fury. And this matchup, not as good as in other matchups because Hush is a card. But
you got a Rune Runner.
Yeah, Rune Runner. I just want to say, as soon as you get the Rune Runner on board and he might need to play something else or might not be able to remove the spell shield, you actually get a huge Overwhelm unit that threatens lethal.
Yeah, and I think you want to slam it down as late as you can on this turn, because you don't want it to have a chance for I Am the Exile to pop the spell shield this turn, right? You want to be able to open attack and make it as awkward as possible so they can't use any Aphelios spells or any slow spells that the deck does have to try and remove it.
Yeah. And as we say this, by the way, I'm looking at this Aphelios. He is huge. This is super, super scary because you need to block, actually need to survive. We do have to mention that this Shadow Owls deck, obviously, why is it in Shadow Owls? It plays at least 2 of, sometimes or maybe more times, a 3 of Atrocity. This Aphelios leveling is super scary. He has Spell Shield. You can't take his attack away. He is going to hit for a lot of overwhelm damage. And if you're not careful, you might be dying to an Atrocity next turn.
I think you're completely fine, right, with double shaped stone if he does it. No, you're not. You're not even fine with that, right?
Nope.
Oh
my god,
up.
plays a Rune Runner, so it doesn't have the Sejuani spell available to buff the health here. This Aphelios is going to hit for at least 3, which means that actually Atrocity is lethal next turn.
At this point, this Aphelios is just cosplaying as a Nessus, a 3-mana Nessus. It has the spell shield, it has grown big enough, the overwhelm and quick attack are just a bonus, I think.
Yeah, this has to be scary for Scissorbox here. There's nothing he can do about it, right? If there is an Atrocity, there is an Atrocity, and the game is just over at that point. He can actually, if he uses Shaped Stone and the Troll Chant, he can get himself to a health total where he doesn't die to Atrocity right away. But if I Am the Exile commits to a full attack here, even with the 2 smaller units, he will still be in lethal range.
Yeah, I'm just worried now that obviously if Exile did get any spell here to remove, Crystal Strike, that's huge. That just removes the spell shield. That's all you're caring about here with that.
Yeah, that is also close to lethal. If you look at this, if Aphelios is going to attack, you need to block the 3-1 all of a sudden.
Oh wait, he didn't attack with the other units?
It does not go for the full swing, which leaves Troll Chant and Shaped Stone open. I like this because, yeah, if you Shaped Stone now,
it's not
you
enough.
actually survived through an Atrocity. Although the Temple, obviously, if he has Atrocity plus another spell that can be queued, the Atrocity goes in on a 10 attack, Aphelios. Okay, does not go for the Shapestone, does want the Shapestone in the attack turn, although you can't play Battle Fury plus 2 Shapestones.
You have to play 1 Shapestone here to threaten lethal, right? Otherwise, Exile can just hit okay.
And even if you do this, the potential of your opponent to just have an Hush and shut your whole attack down is huge. And if they do this, then next turn they have to win, or at least they have a better swing overall, because they are going to have a wider board. This Aphelios having quick attack and growing with the addition of Temple on the board is going to be a menace, and you do need to block. And suddenly, while you look like a favorite...
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, that's not an Atrocity. That is.
It's not a Hush either.
Shaping. No block. Okay, there's a block. The 3-1. I mean, it's not just 1 damage. I think at this point you might even throw your Aphelios away. Okay.
Well, we
see
rip
the
it
Battle Fury now,
and hope for no Hush, right? No Hush.
He got it. No way. Okay, so a lot of stuff happened there. Not blocking with the Aphelios there was just super scary. Why did you do that? It's maybe he thought, okay, if I lose this Aphelios, I'm not gonna win the game. I need this. I need this to go right. And I think there was a lot of hoping on both sides. So obviously there was hoping, okay, I hope he doesn't have the Atrocity, and on the other side there was hoping, okay, I hope he doesn't have enough buffs to get lethal here with the Sejuani. In the end, he got it. And it always happens, right? They always have the Battle Fury, even if they play it as a 1-off or 2-off. They never not have it on the final swing.
I think that is an important lesson for players that are going to play with Overwhelm, or especially for players that are going to play against Overwhelm, because if your opponent is hitting with the units that they have and they are keeping their mana around 8 mana or 8 mana plus, then you can be sure that they have a better Fury. So block accordingly, don't lose when you do not need to.
Yeah, we could have. I'm trying to think, was there another stronger option? I mean, they had to have had Hush. If they didn't have Hush, I think the block was incorrect. And they should have gone for the Aphelios, because you eventually win, right? Even if Aphelios dies.
Oh my god, guys. A Fizz TF mirror. This is going to be all over the place.
I mean, isn't this matchup basically who gets TF to stick on the board first? Or whoever gets a bunch of Burble Fishes down as quickly as possible?
Well,
At
it's...
this point,
Yeah, sorry, you.
at this point, I think they do have a great hand. And as we say that they just top deck the TF because they do have the Fizz on one. That is with the first damage your opponent doesn't have it. Then you do have Ballistic Bot that awards you with an Ignition next turn that you can use Poro Cannon on. And you just have TF on 4. You just lack a pick a card, I think, and this hand is going to be the best.
Yeah, what I want to mention is basically it's hard to play the TF in this matchup because if you're the person that plays the TF first, your TF is running into a gold card on the other side.
Yeah, also heads up, guys. On Matcherino, if you haven't seen it, there is a stretch goal if we hit $200. Go and have a look at what it is. I'm not going to say it, but I can assure you, you will love it, I hope. Or hate it, I hope.
Not.
It could be either, and it's completely fine. I don't mind. You can have a look at what it is. You'll probably find it hilarious because it's going to be atrocious, and I will be embarrassing myself very heavily and potentially upsetting a lot of people at the same time with my rendition.
Yeah, I still hope we hit that because I really want to see it, even if it's bad. I'm gonna be real with you. I just want to see this. But back to the game for 1 second. Fizz just attacked, and we threw away what could have been the possibility to make this bot actually a 2-3. And the one thing you can do, if you get this bot to a 2-3, a gold card can no longer remove TF. So your opponent can't answer your TF with TF of their own and gain the tempo advantage. You can still do this next turn, especially because you don't have pick a card in hand and you do have the spell mana to do that. But it makes it really interesting. We see here from I'm the Exile, he has 2 2-3s now. If he plays a Twisted Fate next turn, Scissorbox actually will need to use the Mystic Shot to remove it.
I don't know how I feel about playing both Poros. One is fine because you can play TF into blue card and have 3 spell mana available, so you can at least bluff pick a card if you need to.
There we see the red card from the TF here. And now both players actually have units on board that are stronger than the TF technically. So gold card no longer a thing in the mirror here. But yeah, the immediate Mystic Shot. I love it.
I don't mind red card here though. Normally I'd be really against it, but you remove 3 units, you can then potentially push quite a bit of damage with your own bots. But I don't know. It's still not ideal.
Yeah. Also, maybe would you have liked to see the TF with a blue card before he played the Mystic Shot?
I don't know. Maybe that might have been better.
Yeah, but goes a bit slower here. Maybe wants to find his suit up to play alongside the TF. I'm not too sure. To be honest, I have to out myself. I haven't played this at all. Kind of. I haven't really played Fizz TF. Even in the seasonal, I was playing like Aphelios TF, which I know I'm still evil and I apologize, but I needed to bring some TF deck. Okay, Cosman, have you played a bit more of Fizz TF?
I did play both of Fizz TF and Aphelios TF. I actually brought the Aphelios TF in the seasonal, not performing that great because I wasn't used to the deck, but definitely Fizz TF is the way to go. And some people actually try, if they do want to go for both decks or similar decks, they go for Fizz TF and then they still play Bilgewater and another splash. Tom Kench, for example, we have seen from Majin Bay on the NA side, and he won the tournament.
Yeah.
Double suit up.
Okay, that's the nuts. Like last turn, I said, okay, maybe he wants to play the TF alongside of a suit up so he can be safe from get excited, from Mystic Shot. Now he actually has double suit up, so he can just play a proactive suit up now to save his TF. And if there's like removal next turn, he still has a suit up going for him. He can even play the second suit up now to bring it back to 4 health.
I think you do while it's still a 2-mana spell, right?
Yeah.
You don't necessarily need to. You're not in a sort of a hurry. You could use it as a rummage target anyway. Scissorbox really just needs like a pick a card, right? Pick a card, stress testing, some draw, especially with its hand, because outside of that rummage, you can maybe hope the Zap Spray thing pulls a couple of items, but Exile is in a pretty okay spot here on the next open attack. I don't mind just the open attacking here.
Stress testing is so good here in this matchup because it is actually one way to level your TF super, super fast, even if you don't have pick a card. But Zap Sprayfin also can get you a pick a card. It is a 3-mana iterative improvement. He has a Burblefish. He can obviously play it on Zap Sprayfin as well to get another draw next turn. At this point, we might see more removal committed on the TF though, because it is getting close. Yeah, immediately plays to get excited here, and then we see another suit up, another save, and if there is not a Mystic Shot or another get excited here, this TF is gonna live for another turn.
Yeah, and it's gonna be like it's just gonna need like one more stress testing or like another pick a card, and it's gonna level up, right? It's very close. He's drawn what, 3 cards so far?
Yeah, I think he can just go Zap. Like, copy the Zap of the iterative improvement next turn, and then you also have Rummage and Stress Testing, and you're basically there.
You could also just play Burblefish and see if you get another stress testing.
Ooh, okay. Jem's going for the ultimate high rolls. I love it.
I've seen it enough. I've seen it enough times now.
Oh yeah,
to see that happen.
You can just get another Rummage as well, and you can still be fine because you're leveling your TF regardless, as well.
Ah yeah, true. Yeah, the Rummage into Rummage. Actually, I don't know who did it against me. I don't know if it was Manitas or like some random, but I was just minding my own business, playing Vladimir on ladder, and somebody deadass leveled their TF on turn 4 against me. It was TF into blue card, into Rummage, and one of the Rummage had a stress testing. So on turn 4, I have this level TF against me, and I'm like, okay, I guess it's game over. I lose.
I had a match where I was playing Brom Vlad, and I entombed their TF because they went TF pick a card. I had no other way to deal with it. I was like hoping to draw into. I had no avalanches, nothing. And you can guess what happened, by the way.
Another TF.
Another TF came down, and they had double level TF. And after that, I was like, and then I'm getting double blue carded, double red carded, double gold carded. I was just like, and I didn't draw a single avalanche, nothing. Like, I had literally no way to deal with it. I was like looking for them. I like hard mulligan for them, didn't get any of them. And I was just like, oh great, well, I have to entomb this, otherwise I'm just losing anyway.
Now, what are the options for Scissor Box here? Actually, you could try to get this MK rolling. Because you are going to draw a lot of cards in the next few turns, so you might be able to use all those MKs to actually remove this TF. But okay, that is a face level, that is a suit up on the face. He is going to actually be huge. We're going to be a 5/5 here because as soon as the champion levels, after you have suit up on them, they actually still gain the extra stats. It works in a really weird way that sometimes if you play suit up and you freeze a unit, it kind of ends up being stronger than before once it's unfrozen. Ooh, but decides to throw away the MK here. Just really wants to level the TF. Another stress testing here. Okay, goes for the Burblefish, not for the Zap Sprayfin. Maybe not that much in a hurry to actually level the TF here. It's one off the Zap Sprayfin. You could have actually done it.
Yeah, you're right.
Then then you'd have got another draw with one of your burst speed spells. You could simply just play another counterfeit copies on something like pick a card because you're drawing anyways, and drawing even more with this much of a deck can never be wrong. But get excited and go through.
Yeah. Ooh, and that means maybe the copying the Zep Sprayfin would have been the correct play, because you could have played the copy on burst speed, and you would have leveled up the TF. And yes, the TF would have still died to the Get Excited, but that means that every future copy of TF, which we know there's one more in the deck, would have been leveled.
Yeah, and you could have searched for it with pick a card as well.
Well, we're
Potentially.
focusing on that TF play. I think we should consider that I Am the Exile spent a lot of resources into removing these TFs, and Scissorbox has the Mind Meld in his hand, so we might witness a Mind Meld little at any point in this game, I think.
You say
Yeah.
that, but Scissorbox is going to have to throw away most of its board next turn just to survive.
But then the Get Excited on the other side, that is 6 damage already threatened to the Nexus. Can also be used for removal. But I feel like if you are able to get the superior elusive board, you can swing through once and then still get the lethal, the Get Excited. I say this as I Am the Exile just copies the Burble Fish from Scissorbox. That is a cheeky play.
Yeah, do you want to... I don't even think you commit counterfeit copies yet, right? You play Burblefish anyway. I don't think you want to counterfeit Burblefish. Or is that just me? I think you're better off with Get Excited just so you can go for the burn.
So if you copy Burblefish kind of acts like a Get Excited as long as the TF is not leveled. So it's just one more elusive unit that will get through for 3 damage, and at least it's 0 mana and it provides you another spell. So I don't dislike it. I kind of like it. Ooh, okay, that is an absolute blowout. The Scissorbox is below Mind Meld mana on it.
Double
of its own.
Get Excited, right?
Yeah, you have to at this point.
It feels horrible, but... And you can get rid of Fizz as well if you want. I would just remove the elusives, right? I think you remove... Does it feel horrible? Yeah, I mean, if they have... You're going to take 9, right? Unless you double Get Excited. Like, your option, yeah, you have to double Get Excited here. Double block. You save 1 unit. How big's your Mind Meld at? You're going to have to hope for your Mind Meld to be big enough, right?
Basically. Oh, but there's a Mystic Shot as well next turn. Okay.
Oh, actually not next turn because it is fleeting, so...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, not so much next turns. That would have been useful, Born, but as you have mentioned, this block looks awful. Because he is going to be left with only 1 unit. If the Mind Bell is big enough, can give you the edge. That's the only question. How big is this Mind Bell?
I mean, you get 2 units to attack with. They're both elusive, so the Mind Meld has to be bigger than 10, right? To have any chance. And your opponent has to not draw an elusive unit. Oh, okay, that's fantastic.
Yeah, and there we actually see the fruits of the play.
Oh, really?
What? Okay, this is awesome. This is awesome for Scissorbox right now. And it actually pays off huge that he played the counterfeit copies on the Burblefishes instead of like a Get Excited.
That's another spell plus another unit. Yeah,
the firefight of Scissorbox coming through here now plays the Mind Meld. I Am the Exile. Do you have anything that you can answer with? I don't think so.
Yeah, one of those is elusive, so that's just it. I mean, what are the odds though, right? How many cards are in the deck left to draw exactly, and what are the odds of getting exactly Jury Rig as well?
Oh, it's the Jettison.
Of course it was. Of course it was the Jettison.
Yep, and with that, he goes for the Shiny mode. GG. And is it 2-0 here actually for Scissorbox?
Yeah, very, very comfortable 2-0 for Scissorbox up against a young Bukowski.
Yeah, I like his play. I think you mentioned at the beginning of the match that both players don't have stats right now on Smash GG, right? So both new players, but I think we've seen Scissorbox actually with some really nice plays, and he's shown himself to be mindful on what he's playing and how the match will turn out in the later turns, especially playing the counterfeit copies on the Burblefishes there.
Yeah,
Not to mention that this matchup usually goes very fast because there's a lot of draw involved, so you either get into a lot of answers and your opponent can get into his own answers, so it's going to be very fast because you know what you need to do. You kill TF or you die, you kill Burbles or you die. It is mostly mechanically at some point what you need to do in this game.
Yeah, and while we are searching for another match, James, I have a gem for you, and that is Ghoster Driver is currently playing his matchup against the Iceman.
Yeah, I'm literally loading that up for you right now. Don't worry.
See, that's the caster synergy, you know, that we've developed. We're kind of searching for the same matchups already, and it looks pretty interesting. I think this is Darius Draven Overwhelm, which goes up against Lidros Control, which has made a huge comeback. I think the last time we saw Lidros Control really be super strong was basically when Trundle was still unnerved, right? After the Trundle nerf, we've mostly been seeing Fielder Rush, and Fielder Rush did play Lidros from time to time, but he wasn't really the main focus of the deck.
Can we just take a moment and realize that in this tournament there is a person that is named the Iceman and playing a Fredior deck?
Oof, Ghosted. Yeah, I like it, but
It's not
I don't
enough.
think Ghosted Driver likes it. It's not enough. He is still going to die here. Iceman actually getting the lethal here with the Lidros.
I mean, Broken Ball, I can check that for you if you want. I can actually just quickly check that. I don't know what the score is. I'll grab it in a sec.
1-0 for Iceman.
As long as you've been playing on Smash tournaments, Broken Ball, I can check that. Let me quickly check that for you guys. Actually, I want to see this.
Would be interesting. Broken Ball
Yeah,
maybe
there you go.
exposing himself here.
It's 50-50.
Okay, you know what? That looks pretty even. Game wins slightly in favor of Ghoster Driver here. Oh, Broken Ball's average placement, though. One of the best players we have here. Average placement on 5.
Yeah, we do. I need to quickly fix the overlay as well. One sec. There we go. It says Broken Ball right now. Because everything's linked. Everything is linked. So give me a second.
Maybe he is playing. It's just the Iceman is his second account. But now the Iceman is on that familiar Bilgewater and PNZ, which I think we know what that deck is.
It can be passive burn. Don't underestimate him. We can still have a dream.
Might be. But that is an awful opening hand for Ghoster Driver right now. 2 Bottle Furies. He probably plays 2 in the deck. I don't think you play 3. And getting both of those in the opening hand definitely does not help you in this matchup.
On the contrary, I think if you're playing Battle Fury, you play a free off most of the time, but what people usually do, because I talked to free corrects, is you go with one less Tryndamere if you go for triple Battle Fury most of the time, and if you have units that are lower on the curve mana, for example Draven and probably Darius, I think you are alright to play triple Battle Fury to increase your odds of killing your opponent with overwhelms.
Yeah, but he also plays Farron here. And now that is another high cost card. I think Battle Furies you can play with like some spell mana, but Farron can come down on turn 8 the earliest. And that is a problem because against FizzTF you might already be dead at that point. Also, I do have to mention in chat here, Caduceus not bringing Ezreal Karma in this tournament is hugely disappointing. This is like the only time I'm looking forward to seeing Ezreal Karma is when Caduceus brings it to tournaments, and he didn't even do it.
I remember when we used to say, please no more Ezreal Karma, and now we're going, please more Ezreal Karma. It reminds me of the good old FizzTF days, where we were like, ooh, what's this new deck? This is fantastic. This looks like a lot of fun. And now everyone's like, please just end me now. I am so done with this deck.
If I would have to guess, I think he's going to bring Lux Aurelion Sol.
Oh yeah, it is a successful deck for him, right? He played it on EU ladder and found a lot of success with it.
He also won UR16 with that deck. I think the first iteration of the deck.
We do have to mention, by the way, if we talk about early Fizz TF or the first iteration of Fizz TF, we do have to mention that back then we also played the Almighty Yoink. So maybe a mechanic that was not universally loved by everyone. A bit hated even, but I think some people would be like, hey, maybe that wasn't as broken as Temple.
I mean, I think in the early versions of Fizz TF wasn't even there. It was Teemo Fizz and it was Feint that started this trend.
Yes.
And after that, Glop has played it into an invitational, and then everything snowballed. And one days after, everyone was playing Fizz TF, which I think is actually the creation of Garrett's, a player from Brazil.
Now, I still remember the Fizz TF when Bilgewater was released, actually. It was like an
Oh, the
off-meta.
Battle Fury one you're talking.
No, it was Fizz TF with PNZ, but you ran a lot of Yoink on, or as we say now, NAB cards to actually level your TF and to get draws and to get rummage targets instead of stress testings like we do now. And you also obviously did not have Burble Fishes, so it was a bit different, but it mostly played the same. You had Fizz on 1, you had like a super fast leveling TF, and I think it was Spirited Spay who made the deck back then. And although it was never like a tier 1 meta deck, it was comfortably like a tier 3 deck that could hold its own against much of the meta.
Do we just start seeing?
Really?
Do we just start seeing Battle Furies here? I'm not even against this.
But do you go with the Battle Fury on the 4-3? I think the 4-1 is a better target simply because this TF can level, and then what happens? We are losing a 4-1 for free if they manage to get to red card.
I think he didn't go for the 4-1 simply because that means it can be removed by a Mystic Shot and a Get Excited. And this 12-7 can't actually be removed on this deck now. So I think that was his idea here that what if I play this Battle Fury, my opponent just plays 2 burn cards and completely negates it. Now I always get the damage through.
Yeah, the most they can do is stop 4, and you get 12 through, which is pretty big, especially considering you've got a Captain Farron in hand.
Ooh, okay. But does go into cards, TF levels?
Can we get to gold card? That's the important question here, though. Can we get to gold card?
We have seen a Rummage being thrown away, so I would imagine that Iceman has the potential to go to gold card. Otherwise, I do not think you draw your main option to draw into more answers or to get a blue card, red card, or gold card at burst speed.
It's going to be interesting here. Iceman, actually, if he gets this win with the TF deck, TF now leveled, would go 2-0 against Ghoster Driver, which would be huge. And especially getting a 2-0 then in the Swiss phase, right? Because both players have won the previous matchups. And going 2-0 is always nice because you have a nice cushion. You can lose 1 or 2 more times maybe. And winning early on, always nice. Suit up. Ooh, okay.
It might be just the only spell they have to try and get to the gold card. There's red. Do you have anything else?
It doesn't seem so.
We should, because we have thrown away another Rummage. So if we do not have another card, that Rummage might have meant a gold card.
Yeah, and it's actually hugely important to actually get the gold card here. And there it is. Just pops out the Pyro Cannon for 0 mana, gets the gold card. And I don't want to call it, but Ghoster Driver might be thinking I might pack this game up because his biggest units are never getting through at this point. The TF being
I wouldn't
leveled,
agree
it's
yet.
gonna be more and more draws.
It's going to be super close because Alpha Wildclaw probably comes down next turn, right? And that's 2 massive units that need to be dealt with. And then on the next attack, we see Farron. That's 3. You can't stun all 3. And then they're going to have double Decimate. So TF has to try and end this very, very quickly.
Well, that's 3 more turns.
Yeah,
At that point, TF has like amassed like an army of Burble Fishes. Amazing gameplay. Super close. Called in chat. Yeah. We've all seen these TFs levels, and it always feels bad because there's so many cheap spells that one of the problems is that not only can they level TF super fast, they have mostly all of the time enough spells or cheap spells that even if they level TF and they only have like 4 or 3 mana left, they can get to gold card every time.
This is what we have witnessed so far. Like, we have seen before a game in which TF Fizz was paired against an aggro deck which is traditionally good into it. Now we see an overwhelmed deck trying to hit the Nexus against the Fizz TF. But even so, with so much draw power and so much potential to draw into your little with Fizz TF, this deck can just cheese wins out of thin air.
Yeah, that we see different improvement. I mean,
Yeah.
we've been talking about that is the Bubblefish army. It's always there, especially if you have a level TF. The Bubblefishes are not far away, and yeah, Ghoster Driver might be going down 0-2 here. But again, even if you lose, you should still be playing because a couple of 6-1s, as James mentioned, will make it through. And maybe if you are 5-2 and you have a lucky tiebreaker, you might also get into the top 8.
Iceman deciding on what he wants to play here and thinking thoroughly might signal us that he might have a mind meld in order to finish this game for good, because he's not wanting to commit too much mana. He's playing very carefully. He's thinking about it. Maybe just deploy another elusive 1/1 and never mind, it's a Fizz.
Yeah, this is looking super grim. Probably, potentially, even just dead on this turn. Yeah, it's just everyone's just mournful silence. We've seen too much. We've seen too much of this.
Guys, this is nothing new. We've been dealing with this for months now, okay? As casters, but especially as players. So we are feeling with Ghost Driver right now, and we are initiating a moment of silence to
Pay our respects.
pay our respects. to the
Actually,
top one deck.
what is more painful, to cast TFIs or to be smashed by TFIs?
I guess to cast, because you see a lot more of them, right? Or maybe we don't. Because if you lose the tournament, you're out. You don't have to see any more unless you get back on ladder. Whereas we have to still watch them.
I'm still waiting for the Gentleman's Agreement tournament, where everybody is just
Isn't
not
that fight
bringing
night?
FizzTF.
Isn't that fight night?
Well, there are some people who actually brought FizzTF and got punished for it. Okay? I was still rooting for Turtle, but maybe he deserved losing because he brought FizzTF, right? No, I would never say that. Turtle should have still won. He had some really unfortunate draws with that deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's just how sometimes that happens. I never got a chance to watch it the other day. Was a little bit busy. I watched the beginning, missed most of the ending.
It was a quick one, man. That was an absolute speed run there from Ultraman. I can tell you, I've never seen a tournament quite this fast. But that means Ghoster Driver here actually losing 0-2, going 1-1 in the Swiss round right now. And I don't know if that concludes round 2, but
You should do. I don't see many matches left. So I might hop to a short little break, guys. So grab everyone who's at home and watching, grab yourselves a nice little drink, grab a snack, grab whatever, get yourselves nice and comfortable. We still have a number of more rounds to go. And don't forget, head on over to Matcherino. You can add in some money for free to the prize pool, ! Matcherino. The code is LOR, and it helps out the prize pool for the players. And if you want to see me sing Baka Mitai from Yakuza, that will happen if we hit $200. And just for reference, I can't sing, let alone in Japanese. So this is gonna be glorious. So if you want to get it to that, you guys know what you need to do. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. And we are back for round number 3 here at our global Discord tournament. Unfortunately, Ice-T had to go, so we are unfortunately only left with Castmin instead, who will have to do for now.
Unfortunately.
Who will have to do for now.
What is that, James? Unfortunately, we're left with Castmin.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But we are left with Castmin, who's going to do. He's been doing a stand-up job so far. And he's going to carry on with us for the rest of this evening. And hopefully, if we're lucky, we're going to have a fantastic round 3 match for you guys. If I can grab one of their streams. I think they're streaming, but I don't know if I'm going to get to see their match. It is the Catazus versus Bretch Kata. Casmin, would you like to fill us in on why this is such a good match?
Well, it is a good match because they are both excellent players that usually top tournaments, first of all. Second of all, they are teammates in the Madman. Third of all, I am the manager of the Madman, so I'm casting them. So a lot of fun is going to be involved.
Are you going to kick out whoever loses from the Madman?
No. I mean, we know that Catasus has a bit of vendetta. When he loses, he just goes off the radar everywhere. So yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Catasus does it for you. You don't have to do anything. I see how it is. He would just remove himself. He's like, I know, Castmin. I know I need to go. he just leaves.
Yeah, I don't need to just leech him.
Okay, do you have any idea what their deck looks like? Because I haven't actually had a chance to grab them.
This is interesting because we're going to see Ashe, LeBlanc, but with a twist because we're going to see a one of Sejuani. And Kata was preparing this deck for Fight Night this week. He was trying to not play simply meta and go for something that can counter Fizz, TF, Ash LeBlanc, not Ash LeBlanc, Fizz, TF, and Fiora Shen most of the time. He ended up, I think, not bringing it at the end and tried to focus on the other decks, Shen, Fiora, and Overwhelm. And as a matter of fact, we are seeing Shen Fiora. It is such a great deck for him. He has been performing. I think he is the one that introduced the version that was playing at that point. The main lady that we know, Tiana Crownguard, that was coming on turn 8. And the last deck is Zoe Aphelios. Listen, hear me out. Just 2 Zoe and 1 Aphelios.
Wait, what is this? Bresh Keller?
Yes, this is Brett Keller.
Is this his like a second account and he doesn't have the champ, so he just signed up with whatever, potentially, or?
He has like 3 or 4 accounts that he is grinding.
So it could be, and he decided just, or maybe he just wanted, I don't know. I can't answer that question. Maybe he thinks that's the better version.
Yeah, I mean, I know before when the DOR on NA was released and they wanted to play on NA, he grinded that account. But just the last second when they announced that Cross Chart is fixed. And it was, I think, painful for most of the players because maybe they tried to make an NA account and invest some resources into getting a decent deck that they could play.
I have like 1 deck, I think, or 2 on my NA account that I can just about play, and I've had it since like season 1. So I think it's weird. I've got like the season 1 Masters icon on my NA account, and then like last season I think I've got the Masters icon. If I haven't logged in yet, I think I've got it. It should just be sitting there, and that's about. And do you know what's weird? I also noticed if you don't log in across multiple seasons, you don't de-rank. So I got Masters in season 1, hadn't logged in for like 3 or 4 seasons, logged back in, I'm still in plat.
You hacked it. Yeah.
No, I'm not the only one who's shown this. A few other people have noticed this basically. So if you haven't played for a while and you were Masters, you don't drop past plat. As long as you haven't logged in. I think it's if you literally haven't logged in at all, you don't drop. If you even just logged in once, I think you drop.
Does it really matter though? Because if you are not playing on that account, even if you are on plat, you are going to have a grindy play in order to get resources back, and you are going to face a lot of weird decks that are meta and are going to come after you. You are going to regret your life, and you are going to be like, nope, I am fine. I'm going to go to my main. That is the safe option.
I mean, I think, I can't remember what deck I even had crafted. I think I had an Endure deck on it, and I had...
If you don't have scouts, it's not the real gems.
I don't even think I had scouts. I might have had like some sort of bannerman lists on that account. Maybe I have scouts. I honestly can't remember what I played. It might have been scouts. I might have eventually been able to craft it.
Is scouts that expensive? Like, what do you need in terms of things that are expensive?
Quinn and MF and a lot of the scouts units are pretty expensive. Whereas in Jaw, you don't need anywhere near. You get, and because you get some of the champs already. You get like Elise and stuff.
Yeah.
So you just had less champs.
Elise straight off the bat in the first cards. If you're lucky, you get the third one. Kalista. I don't know. What can you replace Kalista with in that?
Well, you get Kalista quite quickly, ideally, because you go into the Shadow Isles route and you get it. Because you don't want to craft 6 champions, you just want to only craft 3. So I think I was like, okay, I'll build an Endure because I only have to craft a couple champs, and I don't have to like hard focus on anything. And if I'm lucky, obviously I get one of the champs I need. That was months ago. Like honestly, I just logged in again, hit Master. I think probably I can't even remember what I played with. I could probably check, but I can't remember.
If you hit a Nocturne, that is also working, because there were some people that were experimenting with Nocturne Kalista or with Nocturne Elise in terms of Endure back in the days where Endure was popular. If you get a Hecarim, I think it's a pretty strong finisher for the level that you're going to play on until you are grinding from whatever rank you are, Iron, Bronze.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's fine. I mean, what are the decks that are quite cheap? Fizz TF is quite cheap. It is actually quite cheap if you think about it. You get a lot of Mystic Shots, a lot of Get Excited. You get a lot of Ramages and stuff at the beginning because of the Jinx deck. So you get a lot of them. You only really need is Burblefishes, Fizz, and TF, right?
Speaking of Jinxes, something that we didn't see a long time now. It is Jinx Draven, the good old discard aggro in any tournaments.
I didn't did Ultraman bring it the other day? I'm trying to remember. But anyway, doesn't matter. We are into our first match here between Kazus and Bratchkata of round 3, and it is this Aphelios list from Kazus up against the Ashe LeBlanc Sejuani list from Bratchkata.
We know obviously that Kazus has codes, so we're not going to be bothered, but if I had to predict, before queuing into this tournament, he was discussing a triple Targon lineup, so I do expect this list, I do expect Lux ASO, and then TF Aphelios, not TF Aphelios, TF Zoe. We're going to see what the third deck is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like triple Targon. That says I just don't like Targon as a region. I'm just like, I haven't liked Targon ever since it came out. But that's just personal. Like, it's a good region for what it tries to achieve, but personal preferences is I can't hit face easily with Targon outside of Nightfall, and Nightfall doesn't even, I don't know, it just doesn't feel as good as just slamming down big units and hitting face.
Yeah, well, back to the game, I think the players are just into a stirring contest. You do not want to waste your 5-1 into a 3-1. You can accept this free damage that you're going to take. Your opponent develops your Aphelios, you develop, he decides against it.
So, I know gems are from Targon, but I lost all hope when Taric was unplayable. The second Taric, I was like, nah, Taric can't play Taric. Doesn't matter. Targon doesn't matter. I tried. Believe me, I did try to make him work. And this is not actually looking that great here for Kazus. This is a lot of damage. Being able to get Trapper on 3 into Yeti on 4 is just the classic, right? That is called like the Classico movement right there, right? You play Trapper on 3, Yeti on 4, attack, fantastic spot. Hardly any decks can deal with that.
And if you're thinking about it, the addition of LeBlanc as another free up is even better, because now Trapper is not your unit that can threaten damage on turn 3 or that can be scary because of the Yeti. You play LeBlanc. If you do not have it, then your opponent needs to deal with it. And as frail as LeBlanc might seem, because she just dies to get excited, some decks simply do not run, or Mystic Shot, some decks simply do not run those. And if you are in the tournament setting, you're banning something like that, and there's only one good PNZ deck, then you're set to go.
Yeah, and the Aphelios finally coming down here with this crescendo. What 2-drops are in this deck, by the way? I will find out in a sec.
It's only one 2-drop in this deck, and that is the Sky Shadows. You generally do not want to play other 2-drops. Diana is the other 2-drop, but she's a champion, so she cannot get pulled from the Crescendum, because Crescendum only pulls followers.
Yeah, this is looking like a turn where we just play a lot of weapons, right? And try and level up this Aphelios as quickly as we can. Because this is looking a little bit dicey. Bratchkata is going to just go fully wide, right? There's nothing to really worry about here. I don't think you're worried about what. Does this deck even run Vengeances? I don't think. Maybe. I have no. Do you have the list?
I do not have the list, but I do not think you can go on the Vengeance route if you're going for a more Allegiance focused deck. If you're going for a less focused Allegiance deck, you cut the Mountain Squares and you play Vengeances. You might even run one of Ruination. We have been discussing this prior to the tournament.
I mean, I do like the one-off Ruination, especially just because in tournament lineups, you don't want to splash too much, because obviously if you're especially going for that Allegiance, as you mentioned, you need the option. But if you have like the one-off Ruination, your opponent has to respect it, and they know you have it.
But if this is the list that I do expect to see, which is the What Am I Special, we might even see a Sky's Descent. He was the first to invent the list, I think, and he was the first to play Sky's Descent in it.
Yeah, we are getting now closer to this mid-game, and Kaz, these weapons are going to have to start pulling out of the bag, and unfortunately, Culling Strike comes down, and it's going to stop this short here. Luckily, he has triple Aphelios, and those are just other Aphelioses.
Not only triple Aphelios, you're just going to Crescendum, and it is such a powerful combo because Crescendum is already a spell, so you are in theory wasting spell mana. But when you play Sky Shadows, when you get Sky Shadows from the Crescendum, you just refund that mana, so you play a free one for free.
Yeah, this is actually, not gonna lie, slightly disgusting. Because you get Crescendum, which then gives you another weapon. Yeah, and you get to play 3 weapons. This is, not gonna lie, just a little bit disgusting. Bratch kind of needs to have another Culling Strike here, right? Yep, there we go. Has double Culling Strike. Oh, man.
Is that even an issue, considering that Catasus has just another Aphelios that he can play next turn?
If he has a third Culling Strike,
it?
If he has a third Culling Strike, I guess, maybe. Or some sort of Reckoning.
Let me quickly check his list. He does have 3 Culling Strike and double Reckoning, so the 4th Culling Strike, I do not think it is very likely. But Aphelios now cannot be killed because he goes to 4 attack when he is leveling.
And then 5.
And with Temple,
Yeah.
with Temple in addition, simply it can just go even further. He is already on 5. Excuse me.
There has to be some type of freeze plus Reckoning and a unit on the board. Triple Aphelios is, not gonna lie, just a little bit disgusting.
And it is also, I think we can call it disgusting because it can just level your Diana. Your opponent kills Aphelios, you play another one. Kills Aphelios, you play another one. So your Diana is essentially on free, and you play Diana, she's already leveled. You do not need anything else.
Yeah, that is true. Do you even want to play Diana here, though? I'm trying to think. Are you worried? What are you worried about? You're not worried about Reckoning yet, so you're fine. So yeah, I think you slam it. Bratchkata's in a what looked to be a very, very good spot just 1 turn ago. Ended up being in a very, very poor position when the Aphelios just one after the other. He got rid of 2 of them, couldn't get rid of the 3rd, and Bratchkata, you can see it, just goes, yeah, that's just game. I don't have anything I can do here to deal with this.
Like, everything snowballed when he got 3 Aphelios in his hand. He was like, alright, if the deck is giving me these hands, triple Aphelios, and the power that Aphelios has to generate. And I think that is the main choice in terms of value engines at Targon. You either go with the Zoe route, but Zoe is less versatile. She needs to hit. She has a loss, but she needs to hit in order to give you the value engine going. But on the other hand, if you have Aphelios and you just have to play cards in order to get those moon weapons, it's just a better value engine, and he has the potential with Temple to end the game on his own.
Yeah, game number 2 now here for Bratchkata's second attempt here at trying to win with this Ash Sejuani list. I'm just going to keep calling Ash Sejuani, even though I know there's a LeBlanc. They know. Bratchkata knows. It's like I can't. Even the worst part is Bratchkata's hand and board was actually really strong for the deck. He had Yeti into Trapper into Yeti into Hearthguard, I believe, into like a really strong sized board, but he just couldn't. He even had double Culling Strike, by the way, to deal with 2 Aphelioses, and it still wasn't enough. He just knew. It's like at this point, it's like this is. How do I? He's just like shoulders shrugging, going, "What do I do here?" Like just staring at this 3rd Aphelios.
You know, we have a meme in TMM that the only way Kata can lose is if he disconnects, because I think he lost a series in LRA last season because of internet problems. Now we're going to have an additional meme. If your opponent draws 3 Aphelios, Kata loses.
Yeah, I mean, it couldn't have been worse than 3 Aphelios, right? I mean, now it's looking okay. I mean, he trades a 2-drop for 2-drop. It's okay. At most, that Glory Seeker is going to trade with the GOAT anyway, right? Or maybe Lux later on in the game, but it's very unlikely. So I think you just take the trade. As long as you've got like a Trapper in hand now on turn 3, you're going to feel fine with that.
The issue, if you look at it, is that Kata's hand is already getting trimmed down. He just has an Omen Hawk on the board, and for a deck that wants big, beefy units, having just one Omen Hawk and already falling down on the card's advantage side, you already know that that is going to happen. Happening that in this early of a board state is going to bite Kata a lot.
I mean, he gets the Trapper 4/4. Doesn't. Oh, me, he could still have the Yeti. I really want to see if he has the Yeti now.
Even if he has the Yeti, the power for characters to just stabilize and take blocks with the 1/2s is going to be enough in order for him to stabilize until the late game, I think. The 5/1 coming down is a bit of a value trade though, because you remove a 0/2 and your opponent essentially doesn't have blockers for your big units.
Yeah, and that pale's actually pretty nice. Removes that Glory Seeker again. Allows Kazas to get another draw, which is going to set him up, as you mentioned, for that sort of mid-game. This Ashes Rani is definitely just on a clock against this deck, because later on, especially when the Lux gets online, there's not much you can do about just final sparks coming down every turn, right? That's just, those are eventually just going to destroy your board. It's a very, very, very tough position. Luckily, though, Bretchkata's curve has been honestly quite fantastic.
But you can say the same about Katas, because he has the blockers for his opponent, for his big beefy units, and he has the value in the hand in terms of up points against his opponent. So he just needs to wait at this point, and getting Golden Sisters is simply even better because you generate 2 blockers, not just one, and she gives you the potential to heal. And I think Golden Sister is one of the units that can block a Farron fully if there is one in Breshkata's deck. Not that there is one. There's actually just one copy of it.
Yeah, let me double check that. Yeah, you're right. There's only one copy. He did put nice deck links in there for me, so I can have a nice look. The only thing I would have been a bit worried Bretchkata finally gets that Yeti. I feel like it's going to be what's going to really determine this match is okay.
We are good players. We know how to play Ashnox. We get our draw engine going as well.
Yeah, that's huge. What's even more scary here, though, is now the Reckoning is a huge possibility, and Katazas is going to have to figure out a way to play around a Reckoning. Because if that comes down, that's just going to be a straight blowout turn.
Yeah, going even more into that Reckoning play that you have mentioned, this Golden Sister suddenly turns from a good blocker into a liability, because if the Reckoning is going to come down, you are not going to be able to remove the free units or lower the HP on them. So Golden Sisters is just going to be food for a Reckoning, and nothing that is going to happen.
Yeah, and on top of that, the board is so filled with stats that it's actually really, really tough for Kazas to remove it without expending a lot of resources. Like, as we can see, Meteor Shower here removes one unit, deals a little bit of damage to another. And that was a huge amount expended right there, just to do that.
Yes, and that pickup of the draw engine that Bretchkata plays in his deck, we're talking of course about the Triferian Assessor, is huge usually in the Ash Sage one, because it just can steal games. You are in this kind of situation that we have seen Kata in a drought, when you do not have anything, you do have those 3 beefy units, you just get a draw, you're back in the game.
Yeah, and now that we see this Eclipse dragging him down as well from Kazas, Bretchkata is free to do whatever he wants here, right? He can develop whatever units in any order. In this case, he goes Whispered Words as well, just to draw even more. Why not? Might as well do it. I really like Whispered Words in this deck. You have so many 5+ attack units in the deck that you will eventually trigger that reputation and allow you to draw 2 cards for 2 mana, which is very, very strong. In a deck that did need a secondary draw engine, because as good as Assessor is, sometimes you're just stuck with it in your hand and no draw, right? It's like, I need to get some units on the board so I can actually trigger this draw somehow.
Yeah, definitely. And there has been some discussion, at least with me and Kata, as towards do we want to go for the Avaros and Hardguard? Do we want to go for a Kato version that is more aggressive? And the Avaros and Hardguard, if you're banning FistF, which I think is the most aggressive you can get in this meta, outside of Overwhelm, I think it should be good. You do want the stats on your units, and getting your Treferian Assessor to 5 attack instead of just 4 to draw an additional card is usually very huge.
You know, we're tempted to see if this is going to bait out the Reckoning or not. From Bratchkata, right? This is 100% just trying to bait it out so you can slam down the Golden Sister.
Fun fact, I think he introduced the Reckoning after we screamed a bit, because he had initially just one of Reckoning and he was playing no Sejuani, but one of Sejuani coming out of the top.
I mean, that's also completely fine, right? That's just forces Kazas to develop. You now have to just trade away your whole board. You don't have your endgame options here as Kazas, so you're actually struggling for removal. You can't even play the star chart because you can't get Crescent Strike because you only have 4 mana as well, which is very, very, very awkwardly timed mana pool there for Kazas.
Yeah, he's not losing this 0-7, at least that is going to happen. It's going to be reverted back to a 7-7, but what you can do is just to pick it up with the 6-2 and still get a challenger, and you can remove it with that in the terms to come.
You just pull it with the 1-1, no?
Yeah, exactly. That is also an option.
Because it forces all the other trades to be really bad by doing it this way. I prefer it much more.
There's not much that you can see here because it's just a good trade, an up trade for Bratchkata. All his units are beefy, are strong, and double Avaros and Hardguard it is strong as well. We have been mentioning before the choice between Avaros and Hardguard and Kato, and for a deck that plays similarly to Demacia, you are very honest in terms of the deck building. You just want to have a big board, your opponent to have it hard on themselves and not be able to remove it. Avaros and Hardguard is the choice to go.
Yeah, and I actually really like Kazas going, well, I might as well stay on 1 HP, right? There's no reason not to just go down to 1 here. Try to keep my board as live as much as possible. Maybe I draw into something that can help me out here. Unfortunately, Radiant Soul, not going to be it.
It's quite interesting because he decided to go wider in an attempt to save some HP on his side. But if he wouldn't have gone for a bunch of elusives, this Aurelion Sol would have been in fact discounted and be able to be played on this turn. But that wouldn't have done much now that we're looking at it, because Bratchkata has a menacing board.
Yeah, I don't think that would have ever been enough because you just tap out your whole turn and allows Bratchkata to do whatever he wants again. And it's purely up to Kazas to be able to try and find a way to deal with this board. And by the way, now Brittle Steel is also online. Bratchkata does run a single copy of Brittle and 2 copies of Three Sisters. So that Eclipse Dragon is very dangerous to try and attempt to go for like a single combat with.
But if you're not going for a single combat on the 7-1 into the 6-7, you do have other options. You can just go with your Golden Sister single combat into one of the 5 HP units. I'm talking specifically about the 6-5. It's still very risky because there are still Troll Chants, there are still Three Sisters. There are a lot of cards that can punish a reckless single combat.
I mean, I know it's reckless, but at this point in the game, Kazas is actually running out of options. Bratchkata doesn't even need to commit anything. Has a very strong open attack. They're going to be pushing more than enough to go through a star shaping as well.
And off the top of the deck, it is not something useful. Maybe another star shaping would have been a top deck that Katasus would hope for in order to preserve his HP against this beefy board. he can block everything but one unit. Another star shaping, I think, would have kept him alive just well.
2 units, right? Yes, the single combat. Destroyer? Well, I don't like any of those options. None of those options were fantastic for Kazas. He's really looking for... What would you be looking for here? Great Beyond? Right? You're 100% just looking for Great Beyond?
And as you have mentioned, the Brita still is coming down in order to deal with the 7-1 dragon. It was not a choice, to be fair, as we have mentioned before in this game, because when you are on drought in terms of resources that can keep you alive, not necessarily is resources in terms of hand, that single combat might be desperate, but it can be the way to get you back in the game. Unfortunately for Katasus, that did not happen, and we are going to a 1-1 score.
Yeah, this is a very, very, very close matchup between both of these guys, and it's super fun to watch this because I haven't had, like I mentioned this earlier today, I haven't had much exposure to tournaments for a while. I think the last one was the RCO tournament, which was like, what, over a month ago now? And before that, it was like another 2 months. It's been very, very slim. Like, I mean, there's not been many. So it's been a lot fun to be back doing a little bit more than I have been in the recent times, and having you guys as well on board, because I've honestly missed casting with you guys a lot.
The feeling is mutual, but fortunately we did get Crosshair, so it's going to mean a lot of tournaments for all of us to cast.
Not for me still. There aren't many. There still aren't many. It's gotten to the point, I'll be quite frank, where I have to host my own tournament so I can cast them. Literally just to have stuff to cast.
It's going to be fine. The scene is slowly growing. Now we have the path to Worlds that has been released. At least we have some details about it. We do wait a little bit for more details. I do hope that ladder is not going to matter that much, because we see how painful it is for seasoned players that are playing day in and day out in tournaments to see that ladder is becoming a requirement.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like we need a mixed requirement that isn't just ladder. Especially for like, hopefully we'll get it, and I'll be happy to see it. But I think ladder's great for people who have a much more longer time investment over the course of a week. But we also, if we have qualifyings that are like tournament-based qualifyings that handle people who only have like a solid 1 day just to play the tournament available to them.
And what if you see this here is actually right, because Kata is playing one tournament on his PC and one tournament on his phone.
I mean, if you've got enough brain power to do it, why not, right?
Back in the early days, he told us that he played something like 3 or 4 tournaments at the same time.
Were there even 3 or 4 tournaments running at the same time back in the days? Well, that must have had to have been another game, right?
No, it was Legends of Frontera. It was specifically LOR.
What? I don't even recall a time where we had 3 or 4 tournaments on the same day.
Maybe it was in the early days when everyone was hyped, everyone was organizing tournaments.
But in the early days, it was DOR and Jamfest, and they just alternated weekends. And that was it.
Well, who knows? A lot of grassroots tournaments, I suppose. If someone that was organizing, trying to make something fun.
So this is why we smurf. Yeah, so you can have another account so you can play multiple tournaments at the same time. This is the 5-head play, right? And again, it's us looking to be in an okay spot. Has got Temple, has got Double Goat, has got that Lux available to him. What's going to be interesting now from Gretsch Cat is, does he have that Shen?
Like, that is the curve that you're dreaming of. Never mind the Green Blade Caretaker, but having the Fiora on turn 3, it is already a threat because you can threaten Sharp Sight. You do not need to necessarily attack, and if your opponent is having some mana or he's banking mana, they might just be forced to not play anything in order to not fall the units to the Fiora, and then Shen is going to keep your value and threat engine going. She is going to be able to protect the Fiora in order. Oh, that is the sneaky tech that Pest Skull actually came out with, like, on the 4 mana slot, you have the option to go with, or the flex slot, you can have the option to go with a bunch of Lorans, a Loran Chevalier, Protégé, or in this case, Blade Keeper. And that is such a great card because Fiora is already a threat. If you can put even more stats on her or on your challengers, put even barriers, they need more resources in order to be removed.
Quick question: how many hushes is Kazas running?
I think he's running 3.
Okay, so that's Fiora. As long as you have Hush, is usually nothing to really be scared of, no matter how many stats you put on her. The only question is there a sharp sight or no? Oh, there's the Nopify. That's what Cat says. You could see he was not happy to see that Nopify come down at all. He's like, this is my chance to try and remove Fiora and try and get her out of this game. The only option now, I think, is to maybe Solar Priestess into Comet and hope they don't have a deny, or get Lux on the board somehow to get final sparks going as much as possible. But out of that, his hand is not looking fantastic in terms of options to do with Fiora, which is a huge problem here.
At this point, at how Wretched Kata's board looks like, he might just simply transition from a Fiora wincon into a board wincon, because Fiora is there for your opponent to deal with, not necessarily for you to win games most of the time. It's just pinging your opponent, hey, you need to deal with this or you might lose. But if you can manage to build a board on her back, because your opponent is going to be occupied with the Fiora, you can simply win outside of that, and your opponent is going to be bamboozled. Hey, I was trying to kill this Fiora. Why does this dude kill me with a huge board?
Yeah, so Kazas there actually just passing, by the way. I really like that pass. Doesn't want to block. If he committed a block there was a huge riposte blowout potential where he would have lost everything and taken a huge chunk of damage. So he just goes, okay, hits the OK button to only take the 4 there instead of a lot more. And keep and
This
he would have
might
also
be
lost his
Golden
other
Ages.
goats. Oh no, yeah, that is Golden Ages.
Don't you just roll over and die?
Yeah, that is pretty much it. He can play in. Does he? How much more mana can he even get? He can play another gem to get 2 more mana, right? But then that allows him to play a priestess, which doesn't even get the daylight effect. Yeah, this is super rough. Golden Ages. New card came recently in the streamer selection. Instantly got thrown into Shen Fiora, and this is exactly why. Its barrier works fantastic in Shen Fiora. It works with synergizer with Shen, synergizer with Fiora. It's 1 more cost than Rally, which is fine because you really put a high value on that barrier effect.
And you also high value that card cannot get notified anymore. So for example, if you are in the mirror and your opponent has notify, back in the days they could notify a relentless pursuit, and then you would just cry because you do not have the attack. But now on 4 mana they need to have deny, and if they do not, you're just paying 1 more mana instead of 3 mana for the rally in order to get barrier as well.
Yeah, I'm not too sure here what Kazas can actually do. I'm just like, Kazas is just, he can attack with elusive, but then he falls into sharp sight. Passing is just a lot better because Bratchkata ends up burning a little bit of mana as well, as you can hope. But again, we haven't seen a Shen actually.
While we did not see the Shen, Wretched Kata already built a scary board. He's threatening this Fiora wincon, so Ketas is going to be occupied with the Fiora not killing him, while needing to maintain his board in order to have blockers in order to not die in this situation.
Yeah, there is Spirit's Refuge. That is not looking pretty here for Kazas. Yes, he gets down the Remembrance, but there's only 1 stack left here for this Fiora Wincon, and he's only at 5 HP.
Yeah, so the double threat really coming in, as we mentioned before. You give your opponent the Fiora on the board in order to threaten him, on both fronts. whiteboard and the potential to win just with the kill on small units. So it's definitely not a good position for Katasus. And what's more important, he didn't give up. He didn't play any hush. So Brechet Kata might just get the read that he doesn't have any, so he's free to go.
It looks like he's just trying to get rid of the Fiora. This is his only hope, right? To keep Spinal Sparking Fiora in the hopes.
Not today.
Not today. Stops the level up. Keeps Fiora alive. Stops the Remembrance coming on down. Brechet in a very, very, very good spot. I mean, we have to see Eclipse Dragon, right? I don't think the other option is try and get another Comet or something off the Priestess and hope was your only other option.
You know, I wouldn't have hated to Nightfall this Eclipse Dragon, like discard your Priestess because she's not doing much at this point anymore, and you can go for more value and try to search for more answers with the Eclipse Dragon on Nightfall. He finds the Hush though.
Hush is huge. If there was a line out here for Kazos, it's going to be with his Hush. Hush, and Concerted Strike. This is looking fantastic now for Kaz. It was looking super bad right until we saw that Hush draw, because Hush is like the card that can just stop down Fiora here to stop the Fiora win con. The only thing now though, Kazos has to have a way to deal with the extra unit on the board, because he is still at 5 HP, so he does need to be able to find a way of blocking here, staying alive, and removing Fiora.
At this point, he is prioritizing the Shen because that Shen can simply go for a barrier on the Fiora, so it makes you do additional commitment, it makes you go for the Hush, and your opponent has the option to play another barrier or a sharp sight or anything that can get the Fiora out of the killing range of any of the units that you represent on the board currently.
Yeah, if there was another deny there, you actually been in a really tough spot from Kazas. So yeah, I think he just took the calculated risk. They don't have another deny. I'm just going to play the Concerted Strike. Hit skip. I like that. I like that skip a lot. That skip's huge. Because that just means Bratchkata can't get the attack damage in through, right? And you can't do any sneaky combat tricks. You go down to 1, which is fine for you against the Shen Fiora. They don't do direct burn over the top. You remove their... The Fiora got removed completely. He just insta-snapped that. And I really, really love that decision from Kansas to just not even consider blocking.
What Brechet Kata can have here is a Nopify that he is playing in his deck, or he can have a barrier effect. But how important is this River Shaper? We need to think about. Because it can help you trim the deck really easily, and if you can manage to keep it alive, put some barriers in, it's going to be easy. And I would love if Catasus wouldn't pop on and off in the chat.
Brett Cat is like, I completely forgot. It's the you can see the mistake there. It's and Great Beyond, right? You just slam Great Beyond down. We get the level. Is that the level up as well? Oh, okay. So this went from Kazas to like not winning at all into Bratchkata potentially just throwing that and giving just enough time here for Kazas to take this.
Judging by their DMs, I think that's what happened.
Yeah. Bratchkata was like, I miscounted. He survived some 1. He threw, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we could see this. Bratchkat, this is so this is why there are pros to playing in two tournaments at once, and there are negatives to playing 2 tournaments at once. This is one of the negatives right here. Well, you don't count properly because you're looking at the other screen and counting that.
Well, you do have the Eye of the Dragon, so that is a very good quality of life feature, and also something that can help you count when you do need to play into tournaments. Maybe if for just a little hover over the eye, everything would have been solved.
Yeah, we can only hope that is the case, right? Let's see if we can find someone else to watch. I'm not sure who is still playing or streaming. Because we are running, I think we're running a little low. Let me double check. Let's see if I can find anyone.
We're probably going to have Catresses as an option in the later rounds, as well as Bridget Cut. I do not think he dropped too many games. Cephalopod is also a player that we're looking forward to, and he is also playing in our tournament. Broken Ball is also an option. If we just need him, we are just asking him. But he has quite a history with us asking him to go streaming and then losing at the next game.
Yeah, I don't think they're streaming. Let me double check 1 sec. We have a couple matches potentially I can show. Let me see. We have Scissorbox, who we watched earlier. I think he might still be in a match. Let me just confirm this.
Zizi streaming? He is playing in the tournament.
He's not streaming, I don't think. Scissorbox is up against Santa TCG. Yep, perfect. We can watch this. I'm not sure if this is going to end soon, but we can still watch. I'll fix the overlays in a sec. I just want to show you guys. You can stream next game. Yeah, that would be great. More people that can stream, the better, obviously. I have no idea what the score is. I'm going to quickly update these. Give me just a moment.
Meanwhile, while Gems is updating the scores, this is the matchup that you do want to hit with a Bridgewater Aphelios deck, because you can just grow taller than your opponent. We've been mentioning this a lot in the tournament. This is like TK Raka, but just better because you do have a win con. Instead of Star Spring, just building towards your late game, growing your units, and then slamming something like a Great Beyond or something like the Immortal Fire that we see here from Santa TCG, and applying so much pressure that your opponent, you simply demand an answer out of them. If they do not have it, they just fold to it.
This looks like a little bit of a desperation turn from Scissorbox, right? Just to try and attack, try and remove some of this board. And I think this is going to spell potentially the end here for Scissorbox, unless by some miracle we get some insane spells off these River Shapers.
The Brazil formation might also be able to get him back into the game, because he's hitting for quite a lot. So in theory, Santa TCG won't be able to ignore that attack.
Yeah, there's no way they deal with the Phoenix at all.
There is not a way, because they cannot manage to put two units that can double strike with the Concerted Strike in order to remove the Immortal Fire.
They can heal for 2, which looks like what we're going for.
Also, rightly sequenced, you do need to remember when you are playing Concerted Strike, guys, that you do need to sequence it, right? The first unit that hits is the first unit that you are picking, and we have seen some games that have been just blasted because of the missequencing.
Living Legend doesn't do anything here, right? I don't know why we would play it.
To show dominance, of course.
Just to trigger Nightfall?
No, it's just to show dominance, I'm pretty sure.
Didn't get anything. He went for the draw to try and look for something.
I think they were trying to look for the hash in order to cancel the lifesteal and just get the lethal without additional steps that they would have needed to in the late turns.
I mean, they get 2 more spells, but your opponent just played... is going to play a lot of massive Celestials now, right? And it's just going to be like, what do we do? This single combat is like, okay, last ditch, just try... Yeah, I mean, I guess the spells, but I don't think the spells matter.
This Living Legends, though, as you have mentioned, a little bit weird, like thrown away instead of playing it while we are on a turn that is the blocking turn, in order to put some more blockers and simply tell our opponent, all right, you do not get the option to hit, just move forward.
I think it was literally just to try and play Nightfall on the Pale Cascade to try and draw something to save Aphelios. I think, honestly, that was all they were doing.
On the other hand, he could have just gone for the Nightfall Spell Cascade on the Immortal Fire in order to try to find another Spell Cascade and win the game that way.
A Hush would have also won the game, I think, so they might have been searching for a Hush too.
Yeah, those are the options.
I mean, Scissorbox is just going to keep trying to draw, right? And try and survive, but no matter how many spells you draw, I don't think you have any way of dealing with Phoenix. Right? The bird is going to come down, hit for 10. There's literally nothing you can do about it.
You can find a lucky sharp side from your River Shapers, and that way you can still keep yourself alive.
DZ is tasty. I'm just munching on food right now. It's very tasty.
At this point, you might just go Golden Ages in order to get even more cards and find the sharp side that can still keep you alive, in theory, just in theory.
I mean, it has to be sharp side, right? It's your only hope.
Yeah, there is no other card, and you do know that your opponent is trying to find a hash or an answer, and they do not have it currently.
There's sharp side. That's potentially one more turn. Another, I mean, Scissorbox has drawn how many cards off of these River Shapers, right? We've seen at least 7, right? I think we've seen like 7 cards drawn from these 2 River Shapers. And it's still River Shaper in, I mean, Scissorbox in such a terrible position here. Even after we've seen all this draw. Wait, you get rid of the 2-1, right? Yeah, the Challenger. Yeah, okay.
Yes, definitely. You might even not want to go for a lot of single combats here and just remove the challenges, as we have
Is he out of
seen,
spells? Oh, he out of spells? He didn't draw anything off the single combat. Oh, man. I don't think I've ever seen Furoshen draw enough to run out of spells. And I played a lot of Furoshen.
That is obviously because this is here in a hidden TF deck. You just play a bunch of River Shapers and they draw your TF into leveling.
Yeah, that means Santa TCG takes this 2-1 actually, now we find out here. Up against Scissorbox. That's a first on stream. Shred Fiora decking out all their spells so River Shapers don't actually draw anything. How much did we saw? Like 7 draws, right? But there must have been at least a little bit more before that.
I don't know, it's crazy. Let me actually find out how many spells does Scissorbox play in his Fiorashen deck.
Okay. We have a couple matches still left. None are being streamed. So we're going to hop to another short break, guys. And when we're back, we will have round 4 of our tournament. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll have more action coming back in hopefully about 10 minutes. And we are back for round 4 here at the Global Discord tournament. Once again, of course, Castmania is joining me, and we have some very fun matches for you guys. Some players we haven't had a chance yet to see. And on top of that, Match Arena is starting to fill up quite nicely. It's over there, right? In that corner. Yeah, exactly. It's over there in that corner. You can see it's at $70 so far. And I don't think we've hit the code limit. So please go and use the code. I at least want to hit the code limit. Even if you don't have your own money, please get people to hit that code limit. I think it's... I remember we have like 50, 60 codes. So I don't think we're even close to hitting that.
It's like 20 seconds or less to do the whole process.
Yeah, exactly.
You're throwing money at people that are sweating their ass.
Yeah, you're throwing 50 cents for people who are playing for like 13 hours across 2 days, right? That's the EV on that is very low. So you could do please just send a little bit to some of these guys to make this a bit more worth their time. And we are already hopping into our first match of the day, by the way. It is going to be Wasabi Guy versus ZZ Dude. ZZ Dude, a veteran on this stream. We've watched him for literally years now. It's getting to the point where I can say that, Castman. I can literally say we've watched some of these people for years. Because ZZ is probably one of the first people I think I've had on this channel when I started doing tournaments as well.
Yeah, I do remember it. This game is traditionally, I think, something that is trying to counter not Shenfiora FSTF, because this is most likely Trundle, Lissandra, Leaders Control. And even if that deck tries to counter it with a lot of Blighted Ravines, Avalanches, Withering Wells, and even going for Ice Shards, the FSTF deck can still manage to steal wins. This is how crazy the deck is.
As a heads up, by the way, it's not. This deck is even more teched. I've just opened it up. He's got... You already mentioned the Ice Shards and the Avalanches. He's also got triple box as well. And only one Withering Well. He's also got Harsh Winds in the deck. 2 Vengeances, 1 Ruination, and 1 Flash Freeze. So... I don't know how I feel about it, but... There's a lot of boxes which could actually be pretty good into big Bubblefish turns.
His opponent decides though to burn the mana, and that allows him to play the pick a card first, Twisted Fate next, and then not only salvage 1 mana from the attune, get a draw, but also get the free draws, and have his Twisted Fate not threatened by anything at all. So if he manages to find another Ramage, I think it's going to be a level Twisted Fate.
Yeah, that's going to level up very, very quickly.
Zep does it.
Yep. He draws another 3 on the next turn. Another 4 on the next turn, sorry. That puts him all the way up to 6. He just needs another... Yeah, there's Ramage, there's another pick. And he has triple... and he has triple Twisted Fate in hand. Just as a heads up. That's honestly a little bit disgusting. I keep saying that, but triple Twisted Fate into another couple of picker cards means that even if Wasabi removes this, just another one slams down and they're leveled up.
And if they go for the play that you have mentioned in the beginning, when you got your when you entomb the Twisted Fate and your opponent got a second one, that is going to be even dirtier than expected. And we mentioned this deck can still wins, and this is prime time how it can still wins. This Vengeance comes down, it's already an unfavorable trade because you are trading 7 mana for 4 mana. And now what? Your opponent is going to play another Twisted Fate.
Yeah, exactly. That's 7 mana for 4 is... Zizidu's like... He's laughing at that because that's 1 Vengeance down on a 4 mana unit. You've not done anything outside that turn. I just slam another Twisted Fate down. They slam another Vengeance. I slam another Twisted Fate down. it's like try and deal with all of these Twisted Fates. And then by that point, they've spent all that mana to try and deal with this Twisted Fates. These dudes going to have so much time to just sift through the deck, try get to those big elusive turns and get just a massive open attack.
Like, you can already go for 2 draws already with both the blue card and the Zap Sprayfin if you want to go for it. It's not necessarily something you want to do this turn, because you're playing hard into Avalanche, but it is something that you have at your disposal in order to swim through the pool of cards that you have and go to a little attack.
I don't mind just dropping like one of these 1/1 poros down just for the sake of like maybe trying to bait something. But you have no real need to.
So Twisted Fate is very crucial. Well, level Twisted Fate is very crucial against the Trundle Lysandra Lydra's control because Watcher is a scary card and ability.
I'm sorry. That's just. I feel bad for the Sabi guy because when he sees the third one slam down on the next turn, he's gonna be super upset. Zizi's just like, that's. If I was Zizi, that's honestly slightly hilarious that he has all 3 Twisted Fates. The thing is though, if Wasabi does manage to remove the 3rd Twisted Fate, he could be in an okay spot.
Yes, but at that point, he already wasted 2 Vengeances. He's running 2 Vengeances. He might be out of resources in terms of removal. I wouldn't think so because he's running so much spells, as you have mentioned. The boxes, the juicy tech, Withering Whales, Vile Fists, even Ice Shards. So it's going to be a lot of damage that is going to try and dispose of Zizi dude's board, no matter if it is a Twisted Fate that you need to clear or if it is a wide board full of elusives.
Well, I mean, the only targets really for Vengeance anyway are Twisted Fate, realistically, in this deck. Or maybe a Bubblefish. If you think about it, right? There is no other target, so I'm not against just slamming those Vengeances. It's just hilarious trying to remove 2 Twisted Fates of Vengeance, thinking, yes, I might have done it, and then they slam the 3rd one down. A box,
that is
here,
a Bjork,
box here would be insane.
That Bjork being played means it's only Matron that can be drawn because it's the only card that has above the 5 attack threshold, and Bjork is only pulling cards that have 5 or more attack. So this Bjork being played in this list is specifically used to get your Spectral Matrons in order to get to a Watcher litter, or at least cheese your Watcher out.
Yes, but you do need Trundle to also help along with that plan, most likely, because the cheapest way to do it is with the pillars. Yes, you can play Spectral Matron onto another 8-drop in your hand, onto like another Spectral Matron, but that is a very high committal turn. You have to really be okay with your board presence after doing that, because against something like a Fist-TF, if you commit that much mana, they're just going to probably block one of them, not care about the other, and then you're in a really bad spot.
Just look at how happy Zizi is.
Until he saw that box.
Exactly.
That's all 3 Twisted Fates gone now. Wasabi guy, even though Zizi had what looked to be one of the sort of biggest nuts draws for TF, has actually now lost all his Twisted Fates.
And I think Zizi should still be ahead because while he lost his Twisted Fates, he made his opponent use a lot of resources on them. So technically, he might be able to go for an elusive lethal.
I actually don't mind this pass from Wasabi. Yes, he's floating his whole turn, but Zizi is the aggressor, right? He's lost all his Twisted Fates. He has to actually play stuff.
We're probably rummaging at this point, trying to widen our board and maybe make use of the attune that we have.
Well, I think we're going for the burn plan. We just open attack here, and we've got double Mystic Shot, Get Excited in hand. Because I don't like playing Ballistic Bot here, because if they have Avalanche, you're not going to feel too happy about that. You can only save 1 unit.
Another concern, when they have it. Another concern might be Blighted Ravine as well, because it's not only an avalanche technically that hits you as well, but it also heals you on 4 on the turn it drops, and after the 2 damage you take, it still heals you for 2 at the end of it all.
Yeah, this is now not looking great. This is why I didn't like dropping that Ballistic, but I think just like a straight up open attack is much, much stronger, because if you look at the deck list, there's 1 Withering Well and 2 Ice Shards, right? They'd have to have a combination of a 2-card combo to have removed the units on your attack, and you would have pushed like a 7 or 8 damage there instead of 5, along with having double Mystic Shot get excited to set up a potential sort of burn over the top.
And pick a card finds a home in the concurrent timelines because you can just throw it away. It's not something that you want to play. You can discard it. You are not sad because if you are seeing it coming back.
That's a lot of draw.
Too much, in fact.
Yeah, I think we still have to just play our hand out here. And that's not what you want to see if you're ZZ. That is a Lissandra straight down on the board. Do we try and remove it at any point or not? I think we're full on the burn game plan here, personally.
At this point, Zizi might even go for the draw.
I don't
from
mind
the
blocking
damage.
Lissandra here, but because the reason I don't mind blocking Lissandra is most likely they're going to have like a Blighted Ravine or an Avalanche still.
This is going for the full development game plan. He recognizes that the opponent had a lot of chances to play the Blighted Ravines previously, so going wider here might mean that he gets an elusive open attack finisher. So if, however, his opponent is going to try and deal with the board on the attack, he still has the burn plan.
Oh boy, look at that. Look at that hand. Double iterative Burble Fish.
At this point, you can just develop your opponent is going to get freaked out and kill your units, and then you simply redevelop.
Yeah, they have to have Withering plus Ice Shard, right? Or double Ice Shard here. That's 8. That's still within potential lethal range with Ignition, yeah. They need a little bit more healing here. Wasabi needs to try and find some more healing to survive, but outside of Catalyst, I don't think they have anything.
They do have the copy of Withering Well, but they just cast it, so they essentially are out of options in terms of healing at this point.
So
they are only relying on Catalyst.
They can heal up to 10. ZZ has how much burn in hand right now? 5, 7. He has 7. He needs to find 3 more somewhere.
And even if he goes for the full burn, there might still be a Blighted Ravine outside of Wasabi, and I think that is also another route for him.
Yeah, they just need... Wasabi just can't tap down, right? At this point. Blighted Ravine, I don't think is good enough, though. If they have it, they have to play it now. When is Caster Gems gonna get good? I mean, never. I mean, that's kind of the point, right? That's why I'm a caster. Kick W.
I mean, you can become a caster player. I can vouch for that.
I mean, I've done the best at Fight Night out of all the casters, so I have that title going for me. And then just straight up goes for the burn, and he does get it. ZZ up 1-0 here, up against Wasabi guy. There wasn't any healing.
There wasn't any healing, and then again another list that is supposed to target the Twisted Fate Fizz, and you do let that deck open, it ends up biting you, and you just cannot win against the sheer draw power that the deck has.
Yeah, and ZZ, I believe his next deck is Pirates. So he's gone very much into this aggressive lineup here to try and just smack down on the board, smack down as many units, try and go for the full burn plan. TF Fizz does it fantastically with elusives and burn and spells, and Pirates also does it in a very kind of similar-ish fashion. Not exactly, because you don't have much card draw, but you use Fervor and a couple of other stuff to deny spells and to get that draw. And it is, again, that Lissandra list here.
But if ZZ has gone for the aggressive lineup and TFS has not been banned, what has been banned?
I have no idea. I don't know what ZZ's brought. He put deck codes in. Well, I think was it deck codes, or I couldn't even find.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't even have his decks in.
I think it's under a different name, but I can't remember what.
Yeah.
think it's just under a different name.
So far, he has a nice curve though. Oh, this is not just a nice curve. This is a nutty curve. Going for having the option to go for even double development as well. He decides against it, going for Imperial Demolitionist. He doesn't want to drop too many units because then Ice Shard or Avalanche are options. He doesn't want to fall to that.
Yeah, this is a bit slightly riskier line here if there is an Avalanche. Yeah, if you have Ice Shard, if you're a Sabi guy, you're even better, right? Because you can block the 2/3 and then Ice Shard after if you want to remove the entire board, or you can Ice Shard and leave the 2/3 up. You've got a couple of options here.
Yeah, seems like he is just preparing probably an Avalanche. He might be preparing a Blighted Ravine.
Or nothing. There's just the option. I mean, there is the opportunity that the deck has maybe drawn like all their matrons and Babbling Bjergs. It's very unlikely.
Nothing. I think they took that block deliberately so they can put their his opponent's units into Avalanche or Withering Whale range, or they're playing towards those outs in the fact that they might be drawing them. But so far, we do not see any of that from Wasabi guys, so the situation seems very harsh.
I mean, you have to remember there's only one Withering in the deck. So the odds of them having it is quite low, and it is the Ice Shard instead coming out here.
From the top of the deck as well, and it is in fact another Lissandra, is it? Or is it an Ice Shard?
Lissandra's spell is in Tomb, so it's just an Ice Shard.
Oh, yeah.
Still takes, what was that, 5 damage? Still a lot of damage here. And that's just game. Well, nice, easy, quick game. Z takes this 2-0.
Nothing that can be said here. Zizi is just going to enjoy a quick break just after a quick game.
Yeah. This is what Pirates does sometimes. And it just blows out a deck. And Zizi knows that's exactly what he's done. Those Ice Shards came a little bit too late. The damage was already dealt. And Zizi takes it in a comfortable 2-0.
And we've actually discussed with Sergito Vamos, which is another accomplished top cut player, winner. He went as the runner-up in the seasonal and won the DOR, the last DOR that has been played. And he explained in the seasonal that you might want to go for these aggressive options because these tournaments are very long. So you do want to keep yourself focused. So in aggro decks, you do not have to take a lot of decisions. So the longer the tournament goes, you do not have to be that sharp. On the other side, if you are playing decks that require a lot of thinking, you might just get burned out at some point.
I mean, I went along with that in the seasonal. I lost, I think, to Portuguese player. What's his name? Very, very good player. I'm trying to remember.
Cyber Dragon?
Yes, Cyber Dragon. I lost to him in round 4. I think I misplayed on like one or the 2 of the turns. If I didn't misplay, I had a really good chance to going 4-0, and I lost obviously because I think I made a very big misplay in my head if I recall correctly, and that through the round, and I was like, I mean, I might have still lost, but I still know I messed up. You know, that's the worst part. It's like the what ifs are the worst parts. Like, if I just played this line slightly differently, it would have been fine. Yeah.
At some point, we're going to have a caster in the top 32. We have to.
I felt like it was, honestly, when I was playing, I was like, this is going so well. Like, I had a nice like 3-0 into Cyber Dragon, and then he beat me with a deck I should have had a favorable matchup in, and I was like, damn. I had to pray on that deck, and now I was against 2 losing matchups. I was like, damn, that didn't go well. I think that was the turning point. But yeah, I'm trying to find another match here at the same time, guys.
You could at least play your games, because I went so well in the first games, beating my opponents, 2 wins, and then the third game I get guests, and they are loud. They are very loud, and then everything just falls down, and then 3 losses, I'm out.
Okay, so I have a match for you guys. I haven't updated the scoreboard, so bear with me. We're gonna hop on over to Ghost Driver versus Crazy Color. Not sure what the scores are. I'll update the sheets in a sec.
I think we are sure what the decks are, and this is something that you would enjoy to see because it is Scouts. And I think out of all the aggro decks, Scouts and Overwhelm should have the best chance against this Lissandra Trundle Leader's Control. Because you have very well statted units, that means they do not fall to something like one Ice Shard or one Avalanche. Your opponent needs to invest additional resources, and while they do try to go for that, actually this is Overwhelm. This seems like an Overwhelm deck. This is not Trundle Lissandra Leader's Control.
Yeah, I think this is Overwhelm. Did you not notice the Battle Fury? There's a Battle Fury in the hand. That is... imagine them trying to... That's under control of Battle Fury.
James, I know you have been taking a break, but you do need to understand that in the last couple of weeks, all we have seen with those two regions has been Trundle Lissandra Leader's Control.
Yes, but you can see the hand. You can see there's a Battle Fury and a Mighty Pororo in the deck. You can maybe argue the Troll Chant and the Glimpse, maybe, but the other two, come on. And there's a Starlight Seer on the board and a Trapper. Like, come on.
Alright, if we're going to see a Trundle or a Lissandra, I win the bet.
Fine.
Let me actually just check his list, just to be extra sure.
Yeah, this Troll Chant is kind of huge. Crazy Color has to have a sharp sight here to have any chance of actually, I think, being in a good spot this match. Troll Chant is such a huge blowout here for him. He just loses both his units, goes to Driver, gets to keep all of his units alive. And just having an MF on the board here at this point in the game is super, super tough for a Scouts deck. Against pretty much any deck. You're very much reliant now on being able to play Quinn to maybe get another double Scout attack if possible. I'm really interested in Crazy Color's list actually, because right now I think Scouts has to run Cataclysm. Personally, I think you run triple Relentless Pursuit, double Cataclysm for 5 rallies right now, because that is one of the key ways. That is one of the key ways you win, is to go full on rallying as much as possible.
Just to break it down, there is no Lissandra or Trundle. There is, however, a spicy list because he has triple Elise, 1 Hecarim, and Tryndamere in this Overwhelm deck. Definitely something interesting that is going down here for Ghoster.
Yeah, great. Crazy Color, I can't actually check his list right now. Not quickly enough. Okay. What? It's Elise, Hecarim, Tryndamere. What is this? What is this? This seems like a Rico Rex, a budget Rico Rex special.
Actually, I think we could have an answer just because this might not be their account and they might be playing in tournaments at the same time as well, you know?
I somehow don't think it, but it'd be nice to know. So, Glimpse is going to be pretty useful here. Ghost Drive's going to be able to draw. I mean, Cythria, again, is one of the cards... I've fallen off of Cythria in Scouts, by the way. I don't run Cythria in my current Scouts list.
What are you running?
I am honestly gone back to Genevieve. When I said I'm going full on the rally game plan, I am full on maximizing essentially the Scout units to get the extra attack after Cataclysm.
That seems nice, but this attack with rally doesn't seem really good, I think, for Crazy Color here. Just because Ghost Driver has beefy units on the board. Of course, the MF levels up, so she can try to clear some. But this is still pretty rough.
Yeah, I feel like it's very much okay, I need to do this now while they don't have much options in their hand, and they're going to feel a bit forced to block because they are actually facing lethal right now. Realistically, you only need to block one of them, right?
You
Probably
do block
probably
one of them, and then you keep your overwhelm units up and running. At least one unit that has overwhelm needs to be there in order for you to be able to cast this Battle Fury and represent some sort of damage. But even one Battle Fury might not be enough in order to close the game off.
It's not enough. The 14 HP I think is just a little bit out of reach.
Let me check if he's playing Atrocity at this point in
He
his
is.
spicy list.
Yeah, there's 2 atrocities.
There's still hope.
I mean, there is hope, but needs to draw it in the next 2 turns. And I mean, Ruthless Raid is perfect, right? That's another overwhelm that you can combine. I mean, against scouts, I don't mind honestly developing. The most they can do that's going to punish you is a second Cytherea. They don't have high HP units.
I would have loved to see development into potentially a better Fury Little. And I do love the pass from Crazy Color because we mentioned this before. When your opponent is attacking so ballsy with so much mana banked, you can understand that they are having the Battle Fury. So if you're blocking, you're just giving them the right to choose which target they want to Battle Fury and how much damage they do want to do to you in that turn.
Yeah, and again, we know the only other things are obviously Atrocity for over-the-top damage, but to do that, they would have to commit this Battle Fury beforehand. So right now, Crazy Color is actually in a safe spot. I'm quite happy to see that part. What we really want to see here from Crazy Color is maybe like a Grizzled Ranger, Island Navigator into a rally. Something like that is what we're looking for. Maybe a Cataclysm if we can get that down. Because you want to be able to set up the open attack on the next turn to be lethal with just the MF proc.
And you do know that in your opponent's deck there is.
That doesn't do it because you could just Battle Fury. I don't agree with putting MF here. I think if you had any other units in hand, you had to do it because now you have to have riposte.
Wasn't it the safer plan if you would have just gone for the attack with the Citria, with the challenge, with the Cataclysm, and then you just open attack and take the safe bet? Because you know your opponent's list and you know that you do fall to Atrocity. So you do...
Another MF. Yeah, second MF also does it. Okay. Yeah, he had the second MF. Fine.
What is the score on this match, if anyone from the chat can tell us?
We'll find out in just a second. It is 2-0 to Crazy Color. So Ghost of Driver actually falling a little bit down here. I believe, let me check his score. That doesn't, if I remember correctly, that doesn't bode well. I think. Yeah, I think you're right. That puts him down to 2-2, which makes it so that he's dropped. Okay, he already dropped. Yeah, it's easy. Yeah, I think you're right. I think from my side of view, I wasn't even thinking about second MF, but if you have a second MF, then it's completely fine.
You're also forcing a card out of your opponent in order to survive. Then you deploy the second MF. The effect is going to go off the moment you attack. They do not add healing. It's not much MF that you do need to do that. You understand they're dead.
Yeah, that is true. Do we have... Is Katazos stream? Yeah, Katazos is streaming. Katazos has a good match as well, by the way.
Who's he playing against?
He's playing against Cephalopod, so... And that's a judgment. So I'm just going to quickly cut over to this because I see a judgment. And I'll fix the scoreboard. I'll fix the scoreboard later. Judgment is worth skipping quickly here to this one.
I think they're casting the Judgment because it is looking weird on the 3-4 just because they do want the big attacker to still be able to hit. Like the 16-2, if you do Judgment on that, they can just hush you.
I mean, the hush... Why are we doing it on the 3-4 again?
I am trying to understand why are we not doing it on the 14-2, because even if they do hush it, you still get a lot of damage in.
And
maybe they're playing around some weird Bastion. Even Bastion is not going to cut it off.
If we kill the 3-4, no lifesteal. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense now. If they tried to remove it, yeah, you're completely right. What's the score? 1 apiece here between these guys. We get to see a third one.
Right, let's see what decks have been left for both opponents. And I'm curious if Cephalopod is still on his crazy brews. Last time we have seen him in Fight Night, he had wow, mirror.
Yeah. I'm just
Alright.
gonna.
Do you have a book?
Yeah, I can get one. Give me a few minutes. What books do I have? What's the? I got the brochure for the house that I'm buying here. If someone wants to hear about a vibrant new residential quarter, let me read through.
You guys know how this turn game is going to go. They both play a 2-1 Lunar Dustbringer, and then they pass on turn through. They play Aphelios. They get.
I'm not going to say the name of the place, obviously, because then people will know where I live, but I'm going to say this is a site plan. It is a well-positioned and contemporary lifestyle with a busy high street entertainment and plenty to do on the doorstep. The vibrant multicultural town, blah-de-blah, has something to suit everyone. With great connection, tube, rail, and road connections, outstanding schools, walking distance, cultural attractions, and plenty of green spaces close by. Yeah, what's Gem's toxic? So yeah, exactly. I'm being very careful about what I'm saying and keeping it very, very, very vague on purpose.
This is looking very great.
Yeah,
This
exactly.
is bar not having an Aphelios.
Yeah, the brochure's a load of bullshit, Susie. Like it doesn't. That what I said there is completely useless. Oh, I've got some like throat cough medicine. I can read that. Strepsils, sore throat, and cough lozenges contain 2 antiseptic ingredients: the benzoyl alcohol and amylimetacresol for use in throat medicines. These are used for systematic relief of mouth and throat infections and dry, irritating coughs associated with the common cold and nasal congestion. Anyway, let's just go back to the match. I'm just literally reading whatever I can grab. Okay. Has anything interesting happened?
No.
Okay. Solari Princess on 5. We're gonna look. Okay, there's Comet. I don't mind Comet in this matchup because you can use it to remove Temple, you can use it to remove an Aphelios when it slams down. It's pretty flexible. Written in the Stars is also great because you can just find your Aphelios that way.
And I think Ketasis is going for the Written in the Stars because he prioritizes the value engine going on with the Aphelios. And not only the value engine going on, but you do make your opponent try to remove something like the Aphelios.
Yeah, and there's the Aphelios coming down here. Cephalopod in a very strong position because he has that Temple down, he has Aphelios, he has Diana, he has all the sort of key cards. Kansas is just like, he went for it, didn't unfortunately get the Aphelios that he was so desperately looking for.
This game can still go both ways because the board is looking like a static contest, more or less. The important part that we do need to mention is Aphelios is on board, so a lot of spell generation, a lot of moon weapons, and a lot of value on Cephalopod's side, so he is slightly ahead. Also, he has something that we could call the Holy Trinity of the deck, because he has Temple and both champions.
Yeah, that's kind of how the deck works, right? You get all 3 and then you're in a nice, comfortable position.
And it also means that this game might end faster than expected because he is slightly ahead.
Okay. Okay, now we see again Kazas waiting for the attack to come through to get this Diana on the board.
Getting this Diana on the board means that he's going to be finally able to challenge the 3-2 Aphelios and that way remove one of the value engines from his opponent while trying to fish for his own Aphelios. Something like the messenger here is a great pickup because he trims through his deck, he finds answers for whatever Cephalopod is going to throw away at him while trying to actively search for the Aphelios he desperately wants.
I mean, this is still a really, really good attack for Cephalopod. Removes most of this board, gets a little bit of that chip damage in, and puts Katasos in on the back foot again. Katasos is going to have to invoke some sort of option. Hush is a fantastic pickup to play around any sort of buffs that might come down. One thing to note, though, is because of the 5-2 on the board, that Temple is not going to land on Aphelios or Diana, which is where we actually want it to land, I think, for Cephalopod.
That also means that Katasos is free to aim and kill champion by champion at this point, because as you mentioned, there is a 6-3. Is he considering surrendering already? Like, if you do know Katasos, when he is in rough positions, he sometimes just goes to the surrender button and he's like, maybe not today.
Yep, so we see the stun, and Katasos, I mean, he gets Great Beyond. Concede is a legitimate play here. I mean, Katasos is definitely thinking about it, and now we see the second Temple down, which is not looking great. At this point, we're just trying to invoke our way to victory. Crescent Strike is okay, but it might be a little bit too late. Yeah, this is a pretty weak invoke here from the Priestess.
One of the invokes that Katasos might have wanted to look for is Supernova, because Supernova would have at least dealt with two of the threats. Would have dealt with double Temple or the champions, or a mix between its problematic champion, in this case probably Aphelios and the Temple, but he doesn't manage to find even the Supernova. Like, what can you do at this point? You just watch the Aphelios Ator. You're hoping for your game to end or somehow magically get back to the game.
This feels like someone has just killing me by 1,000 small cuts, like paper cuts, like they all individually hurt, and then you realize I've got like 1,000 paper cuts now, and now Katasos is just sitting there, and someone's just like, 1 paper cut, 2 paper cut, 3 paper. It's just like, it's such a slow way of losing. I think this is why I hate Aphelios decks, by the way. It's just you sit there as you just slowly lose. It's not like they just blow you out on a turn or do some weird combo. You just slowly lose, and it's like, okay, they removed 2 of my units, then they removed another, then they removed another, now I have no cards. They invoke like 3 more cards, and then we're slow. They've got 4 or 5 more cards somehow. Temple's giving them more mana. They've invoked more, and I'm just like, okay, you just sit there and like you shrug, and this is what happens. And in this case, Katasos wasn't able to find his key cards to try and turn this around, and this is looking super rough.
Yeah, especially because your opponent is also threatening Atrocity, so you do need to keep your mana open to counter the Atrocity. You might not even be able to go for the Hush. You still need to go for it in order to be alive, and that should be just the signal for Cephalopod to go for an Atrocity whenever he wants after the attack.
Yeah, Cephalopod 100% just doing that. I mean, if he has Atrocity, goes for it. I mean, I can see from Katasos why he goes for this line. His line is like, okay, I can't play around Atrocity right now. I kind of have to do this line, try to get some semblance of this board control back, if possible, with my Diana, and then I have a chance of winning. If he has Atrocity, I just don't have a chance, no matter what.
And this is something that you do need to understand, because we are in a tournament with a lot of fresh players. So if you are one of those fresh players that are watching or in the audience and are fresh to the game, sometimes you just need to play to your routes in the late turns where you're playing around it, because around the one card that can screw your game. because if you are delaying your game plan, you are just making it more likely for your opponent to draw into it, because they do get additional draws.
Yeah, and there is no atrocity there, which Kazas is going to be a little bit relieved about. But again, he's still not in a overall fantastic position. Great Beyond, he's going to have to do some work. If there's a card that can do it, though, it is Great Beyond.
But if you do see this Calibrum being played on the Great Beyond, you can very well assume that there is a hash effect in Cephalopod's hand. Even in that situation, you still go for the attack, I think, because you do want to threaten the damage. It is a matter of choice if you want to go for this attack, because your opponent can just block with a hash and an 8-4 anyways.
So what you do is you pull the 8-4 across, so Felios has to block. Right? They have to hush and block.
Is that a trusty little?
They had it. Wait, was that off the top, or did they have it last turn?
No, it was the top deck.
Okay, they just drew. Oh man. Okay, and congratulations to Cephalopod for taking it against Katazos. I think they're in the top side of the bracket actually, currently in Swiss. Let me check the standings of these two guys.
Yeah, there were players that were X0 in the last turn, so now Cephalopod should be still X0 while Katas is picking a loss and being at 3-1.
Yes, you are completely correct. They were both 3-0, so that does sound like it is their situation coming up here, which is still fine for both of them. They're still in a very, very good spot. And also, Katas losing to Cephalopod is fine for tiebreakers for him later on, if that does end up being the case, because Cephalopod's in a very, very strong position, most likely going to be one of the contenders to make it through to the top 8.
Yeah, definitely. Probably these names we are going to see in the top 8 as well, because they are strong players that you usually see in any type of tournament. But we had awesome performances from players that are not necessarily accustomed to the scene or are not very well known for the scene. We have seen Ghost Driver losing to the Iceman, which is not a name that you usually see in the scene. So plenty of players that are popping off with this tournament, so it's a great occasion that you are giving to the players.
I mean, I just like watching tournaments, to be honest. I like it. I am very much I like watching tournament formats and stuff like that. And here we go, we have another match. I'm not sure what the scores are currently. I'm just keeping it at 0-0 for now. We hopped in straight in, and it is Coin Flip versus Tenorix.
This is what Majin Bey would call Tommy Gun. Because you have Tom and Tom Kench and a bunch of spells from Aphelios, a bunch of moon weapons, and this should be even more favored into Shen Fiora, because the invoke lists were favored before with the hashes, even with Moonlight Afflictions for double hashes, and now you also have Tom Kench that you are able to protect with spells like we see in the hand, Astral Protection, things like Sunblast Vigor, so they can eat any single unit that the Fiora Shen can put on the board as well. So it's looking very rough for Tenorix in this situation. However, they managed to level that Shen.
Yeah, level Shen is a little bit scary, but the thing is here, an acquired taste could just come down on Shen. You're only really worried, I believe, about a Nopify. That is your only sort of big worry here from Coin Flip.
And is that really a true worry? Because you just get another acquired taste next turn if they do not open attack.
I think you're fine. I feel like Coin Flip's in such a good spot. I mean, this was one of the lists, by the way, I had to ban in the seasonal. Actually, it was Tom. It was legitimately a Tom Aphelios. And it's one of those lists that I've only really ever seen in tournaments and never on ladder. And it's a very unique list as well. Out of all the Aphelios decks that we have out there, the Tom variant is probably one of the more unique ones.
Like, it is unique in the way that you play it because this is what the list I think truly lacks: removal. You can slow down your opponent's game plan with Hushes, with Moonlight Afflictions, and with spells that protect your units in the usual TF Aphelios or Zoe Aphelios, but you do not have real removal. So Tom Kench making a splash in this list instead of the traditional TF or Zoe is coming in huge. You have vengeance with a body, more or less.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult as well for Furoshen to deal with it. This just looks like we're going all in to try and with Tom. Astral Protection. This is just... Double Astral Protection is going to be very, very disappointing hit for Tenorix.
It's very disappointing because they cannot do anything. They did probably have the option to go early in the game and fight and get the board control and get a lot of damage for them. But if the stars did not align and the temple hits the board, Aphelios hits the board, Tamkench hits the board, you just go taller every single turn that you can. And
Yeah,
we see this.
I mean, it reminds me of the Soraka Tam versus Shenfura, which is just also a really, really bad matchup. I just Gravita. We could have just saved the astral. I mean, I like this because it just saves astral protection, and we just see the Shen emote coming down. Yep, there's a surrender. Every time you see the Shen emote, you know what's going to come. And by the way, guys, don't forget, we see it in chat. I see it in chat. I see not every... I can actually look. Who has contributed? Let's call out some names. Who hasn't contributed? I know is in chat. Let's call them out. Let's call them out. Zizi, you haven't contributed. Contribute. Cephalopod, you haven't contributed. Go add some money. You want more money, guys, right? I don't get it. You guys are playing. Don't you want to have more money to win? Go contribute. It's free. It's literally free. Oh, man. You guys didn't want this. And it is just a Shenfura mirror now. I'm assuming it's one apiece.
Gems? Do you have any other brochure handy? Because I think
You don't
we might need one.
You don't need an account. You literally log in with Twitch. You log in with your Twitch account. You hit the login button, you press Twitch, and you're in. It takes like 5 seconds.
What doesn't take 5 seconds is the Shenfura mirror because it's very finicky. I'm curious what lists are they running because we do see a spicy tech that I think we see on Mobalytics as well in terms of the chain vest. Some people... Wait. The Mobalytics list is literally the only one that's running Tasty Fae Folk.
Why is there a Tasty Fae Folk to begin with?
I'm trying to give you a reasonable answer, but I cannot think of one because on 4 or on 3 you want other flex slots and value. We have been talking about the Lorans that you can play. You can play Loran Protege to have a better aggro matchup because you can just drag the units and control the board early. You can play Loran Bladekeeper in order for your units to get bigger in terms of stats and not needing you to use something like a Shard Sight or something like a Riposte carelessly because the units are bigger on their own. And you can go definitely for Laurent Chevalier to generate additional value. But Tasty Fae Folk is there for the lulz.
Oh, just against the Fizz matchup where it just gets Mystic Shard? For extra.
Yeah, but every other Laurent is instead of Bladekeeper and Protege are going to get Mystic Shot.
Yeah, you didn't do it, Zuzi. Like, you literally have to just go log in, hit the donate button. I think it's called contribute. There's a giant contribute button. In the coupon code section, you just type in the code and you hit contribute, and that's it.
that can be done, but you do see a spell being queued on the stack, and at 2 mana it can only be single combat. You might think that there might be a burst spell or something else, but fun fact for you guys that are new or not accustomed, you cannot see burst spells that are being hovered over. You can only see spells that are fast or slow.
Okay, so Coinflip's in an okay position because he can get down the Screeching Dragon, and have a deny available as well, and also can give it tough. The downside, obviously, is Coinflip does not have any barrier effects in hand, which is what you really want here when you're floating this 4 mana. However, though, you can just bluff it.
I do love the pass from Coinflink and the ability to recognize this is a good pass, because on one hand you are burning a lot of mana from your opponent, the other hand you are giving them a very juicy pass, because if they do not take this, you just have 4 mana that can represent anything. It can represent a deny if they try to go for a combat trick and lower their mana pool. It can be a sharp sight or double sharp sight single combat, so you do not want to risk it. And especially with so many low units, you do not want to risk it. And this pass might also signal us for Teneri's that they are playing for the Bristol formation game plan, because they are taking these passes so aggressively with small boards, nothing too threatening, so they might just be going for the Bristol game plan.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, this is one of those matchups can devolve into who slams that Bright Steel down first is usually in a better position. Yeah, if you have Bright Steel, you pass, because the later it gets, the better. And Coinflip doesn't have it. So he's under a little bit of pressure here to actually try and remove some of these units before turn 9. Because if Teneric does have a Bright Steel formation, unfortunately for Coinflip, probably will just straight up lose.
Yeah, because it disables you attacking. It also actually doesn't disable you attacking, because Bracer formation is going to come down on your opponent's attack turn. I think the biggest tempo swings and the biggest board swings are when you are falling behind and you are playing Bracer formation on 9 when it is your opponent's attack token, because you're just wasting it. They cannot do anything about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think Teneric has it, right? The way they're playing leaves me to believe they just have either a bunch of like barrier spells here, like more than one, or they just have a Bright Steel they want to try and slam down, and they're happy just constantly passing.
Or triple deny, triple notify, and nothing else.
Or they just have units they don't want Screeching Dragon to remove, potentially. Like they might just try have like Shen Fury in hand or something.
Maybe they might have C3 they do not want to throw. Maybe they just want for a counter swing with something like Golden Ages, and they just want to bait the opponent into attacking. It seems like those are options that are viable, and on top of that, just passing because it's good for them if they do have the Brazil formation on turn 9.
Coin flip here, just debating whether or not to go for this Spirit's Refuge to keep this River Shaper alive, just to get an additional draw or to hit okay here and just take this trade. By going Spirit's Refuge, the thing is, if you go Spirit's Refuge, Teneric might be inclined to try and counter it, or you can and you might end up losing a potential draw, or you just hit okay and just take it and be fine with it. I don't mind Relentless here either, though, because that forces out a potential deny. It forces out a couple of cards, and there's Bright Steel. Can we remove Bright Steel this turn is the question. Because I don't know if I agree with the Bright Steel right now, because Teneric did lose a lot of the board.
You do have double concerted strikes, so unless there is a single combat, you do have very high chances to remove the Bright Steel, because you can go concerted strike into concerted strike, that is 10 mana. You are left with 2 more mana, so you cannot represent a deny whatsoever. So if there is a single combat, those concerted strikes are not going to be able to kill the Bristol, I think.
You just need to pop the shield, right, and hope Teneric attacks here. If Tenrix attacks here, he's actually potentially throwing here. If he recognizes it, yeah, he does. He recognizes it. Because if the attack, when coin flip can then just Spirit's Refuge block into Concerted for free. And I don't think anything was saving it.
He might be debating this Shen and if it's worth it, because Shen enables you to draw this Brightsteel formation, put some damage on it, while the other blockers are not too useful for Tenrix in order to deal with our units if our coin flip, but the most are going to value trade into each other. But having the option to have Shen into the Screeching Dragon and just dragging along the Brightsteel formation should be huge.
Yes, I'm looking at the tournament updates. By the way, in the Discord, everyone's like, "Are we waiting? Are we really waiting for a Shen Fury? Yes, you guys are. ZZ, it is literally this match. This is the last match of round 4 that we're watching here, and you can blame Coin Flip. You can go and DM Coin Flip. Just go and complain. I know you have him on your friends list. That's just a deny, right? Or Concerted. I like Concerted more.
I think the option is going to be Concerted because you do have the deny backup if your opponent has the deny themselves. It might just turn out to be a deny Clown Fiesta, and I am inclined to think about that because Tenrix has passed for so much time with no units whatsoever. You made the point, the assumption that they might have units that they do not want to play on the board, but they did not have anything, so it is very brick. And they might just have a lot of denies in hand.
I don't... Okay. We're just popping that shield, but then doesn't Brightsteel Formation just get the shield back when it attacks?
It truly does, but let's see, maybe Conflict has another plan. Maybe he's just going to try and go for a Concerted Strike at some point. He also can just play a barrier and be fine with the Brightsteel formation attacking, because you play a barrier and then Brightsteel doesn't do anything.
You think we do have to try and commit this Concerted. The problem with the Concerted now is if there's any more barriers.
There might not be even the issue of barriers. Your opponent can threaten a single combat to remove one of the units, and then I think you're fine.
I think you're more worried about a barrier than a single combat, because Dizzy could, Coin Flip could still have a barrier of his own in response.
Let's see if there is a barrier, because if there is a barrier, none of the second hits that are going to hit after the barrier is going away are not going to threaten this Brightsteel whatsoever. And now you do not have mana for a second barrier, for a second Concerted Strike. So this Brightsteel is going to live through. Is that a deny or a Concerted Strike?
Deny, perfect. That's okay, right? I mean, there could be a sharp sight. I mean, no, a single combat. Yeah, there could be a single combat. But can he risk it? I think he has to just rip. No, okay. Doesn't take the risk for single combat.
To be fair, he doesn't need to, because they can just buff up the 7-2 and be fine with it. It is very risky though, because it might die to a repo. Actually, it might not die to anything, because the opponent just has 2 mana. So only single combat might be an issue in this situation.
Yeah, the Coin Flip showing huge restraint there though, to not take the risk, playing a very risk-averse strategy. I know a lot of people would have just potentially just snap denied that and hope for the best. But he's just playing a little bit slower, and I do commend him for that.
He has been representing 2 mana for a lot of the past turns. So he might represent one of his Nopifies that he has in his deck, and he does want his opponent to have that impression that he is still on Nopify.
This is still not looking good for Coinflip. He's jamming along, but his board position does not reflect his mood right now. I want to know what he's jamming along to.
I think he's jamming along just for the game to end. He's like, come on, let's end this. I have a life. Second concerted, very risky. Probably the opponent can have another deny, but they wasted one, so the chances are very unlikely. And even if they do have it, there might be our own deny in response. Another worry for us might be a concerted strike or a single combat on one of the units.
But that leads to Spirit's Refuge being pretty okay, right?
It is pretty okay for Coinflip to just go for Spirit's Refuge. At the same time, Teneric just committing 2 mana with the second combat leaves him open with 10 mana. That can mean a lot of combat tricks.
Yes, but Coinflip doesn't have an option, really. He has to commit either Spirit's Refuge or a deny. And he has to choose which one. And whichever one he plays, he can't obviously play the other one. And this is not looking good for him.
We do not know. We do know that his opponent is not on many units, more of a combat tricks focused hand. There might have been a River Shaper being played along the way that was removed because we didn't. Actually, there wasn't any.
See, this is one of the lines I thought we should have just tried to remove Bright Steel Formation earlier, because all that's happened is Bright Steel Formation's had like 2 attacks now, a couple more draws, and just given Teneric more options to keep it alive or protect it over the next couple of turns, then isn't very much necessary. Oh, ouch. Is Sharp Sight enough? He's never lost. Coinflip's never lost, allegedly, though. Broken Ball. So that's also something that he says.
Not much that can be done in this drought situation, because Teneric has the advantage in terms of mana, and in terms of cards he is level with Coinflip.
Okay. Bright still survives. Coinflip. Oh man, yep. He just he's like, I'm not dealing with Aegis here. That is game. He is dead. GG. Game goes over to Teneric. Coinflip, unfortunately, going 2-1 there in round number 4. And as timings have it, it is now actually going to be round 5. Should be ready up any second now as well, which is our final round of the day. Hopefully we get to see a couple more matches, and then we'll have more action brought to you guys tomorrow. So it's been great so far. Have you been enjoying it, Castman? You enjoying it a lot?
Yeah, I have been enjoying it a lot and seeing a lot of players that are making a splash. I said it before, I'm going to say it again. This is why I enjoy the tournament so much, because players that have been playing maybe in smaller tournaments, grassroots tournaments, not really one of the big ones that we already know, now have the chance to play against some of the bigger players, because we have seen players like Coinflip losing against a player that has not been in the tournament so far. Same for Ghost Driver, same for other players. While they are not bad players, not all of them are bad players, it is really interesting to see how the lines are being taken, the thought process behind everything that they do, and to see that some players can just manage it. So props to them.
Yeah, Colby, if you check in the Discord, it will tell you how many rounds there are if you read in the Discord chat, which is where all the admins do their hard work and keep you guys updated on what's happening with the tournament.
It's fine. Colby doesn't like to read rules. I think we got that one straight out of the way.
Why'd you make me ring? It's because you're ignoring our lovely admins like Level here. They put a lot of work in, and you ignore him. Like, come on. You said bug me. And these guys are doing so much good work, and you... They're paid for the work. I wish I could pay them. Honestly, if there's any sponsors watching this and would like to get involved in more tournaments, we have a huge number of signups, and historically we've had a couple hundred players sign up for most of our tournaments, which is fantastic engagement for everything that we post. And this would allow me to pay my admins.
All right. Seems like the round is up, and there's another team versus team match because it's Kwabachi against Katasus.
Oh yeah, he did say that. Kazas was DMing me complaining about the matches being rigged. He DM'd me complaining that they were rigged. He's like, why? Why do I have this match? And I actually do want to see that because we haven't actually had a chance to see any Kwabachi yet. I did also want to see King versus Ali Caesar. But they weren't, neither of them were streaming. So that was another match I did want to see. So might just have to be Kaz's match, just so we get to see Kwabachi play.
Yeah, and on the other side we can see Lord Von versus Wretched Kata. Lord Von is one of the many Italian players that are making waves. He is usually in top 50 on the ladder. He is trying, it seems, to go on the tournament scene as well. So it might be one of the first tournaments, if not the first tournament for him as well.
Yeah, I've been trying to get the UK guys, by the way, to sign up to more tournaments because there's a number of strong UK ladder players that no one's heard of that play in ladder. I think Turtle mentioned it at Fight Night when he won. And I've been trying to do that to no avail so far. But I'm getting their contact details at least. I'm finding them so we can get them involved more. Okay, let's update all the scores. Let's have a look at some of these player stats if we can.
Let's actually look at Kwabachi and Katasus and see how they did historically.
I don't know if this is a bug or they've changed their account names, but they've literally just nothing useful.
Didn't you
So
say that
Ice-T was here. He had to leave, and I haven't updated the title. You came for Ice-T? What do you mean you came for Ice-T? Did you want Castmin? Nah, it's fine. I mean, we all know we want Ice-T, really.
No comment.
We got the replacement. This is like the substitute teacher, Castmin here, when the main teacher isn't here.
Like for the last months, like it's been a crazy switch. When we started, it was like Hans, you, and it was Hans and you most of the time, and then I came along, and then it was you and me, and then there was Ice-T, and then we started try-casting, then I started to cast with Ice-T, and now we're going back to try. It's a lot of stuff happening.
Yeah, no, I'm just poking fun at you anyway, but it's, again, as I mentioned,
No, I'm taking this very seriously.
You're taking it very seriously. Good.
No.
We need to start some drama and have a drama. I'd bring back the drama channel.
No, thank you.
You don't want to bring back the drama? Oh man, Castman looking the most professional. I guess so. Yeah, he does look pretty. He has dressed up a little bit. I don't know why. Like I dressed up, but I don't know why. I literally just I was just like, might as well put a shirt on. I haven't worn a shirt like this in like a year and a half, basically. I've been in pretty much pajamas for the last year, just being a lazy slob. Outside of when I'm casting.
I think I've told people this at the beginning of my career that I do like to dress professionally because I do want to show them the respect that I'm showing them. Like I am coming from the business environment when you do want to treat your clients in this specific situation, our friends in the chat, the best that you can in both terms of service and both terms of dressing and everything.
See, I don't care about any of that shit. And I deal with a lot of clients, and I'm just like, I'll show up looking like a slob, but they don't care. They don't care as long as I do good work, right? As long as the work is good, they don't care. And that's the main part. As long as like we're known for very, very well strong work, people don't care. And that's what I'm used to.
And this has been historically a very 50-50-ish matchup, but technically the Lee Sin Zoe deck should have the upper hand because they can put the pressure on. And I've been discussing this with Kever when I was preparing a Lee Sin Zoe list, that in this specific matchup, if or in a tournament setting, if you are Fiorashen, you are the one needing to tech against something like Lee Sin Zoe, because Lee Sin Zoe is just going to run you over naturally. They do not need to prepare for you in terms of matchups or tech for you.
Okay, so this is looking okay for the start here for Kazus. He gets the Zoe on attack here, gets the star chart. Kubachi hasn't developed anything, and it's turn 4, and this is when I start to worry a little bit in Shinfura. It's like, is their hand literally just spells?
It might very well be just Shen into Screeching Dragon as well, and then they can recuperate the tempo that they have lost so far.
I mean, I remember someone mentioning it. I think it might have been Coinflip himself actually saying, oh, I can't remember who it was. It's that the correct line is to just not play anything and just drop Fura, Shen, Screeching Dragon. And that's the line. Lee Sin probably still start, but this is Turtle. Yeah, on Fura Shen's side. Yeah, Fura Shen is very, very slow right now. Does need like the dragon here, a Screeching Dragon here, to start developing stuff. Kazus potentially could develop Lee Sin, but we're so early on in the game with hardly any spells being played. It's very, very risky proposition. I don't mind just honestly just only attacking with Zoe. If they have sharp sight, it's you're kind of okay.
Or you can simply, I think, just pass. I think the Fiorashen player is losing more by passing here than you are losing, because they do need a board to threaten you with. Just one Shen is not enough of a board to threaten you with.
Yeah, that is true. The one thing is I've noticed in the Fiorashen against Lee Sin matchups, one I played quite a bit in the past, is if you could find a way for the Lee Sin deck to overcommit or maybe drop that Lee Sin a little bit early, you have to just commit all your resources into removing it. There's not much else to remove in that deck, so just throw your Concerteds and stuff and hope it sticks, basically, is a lot of the time the game plan.
Yeah, that's why specifically the Lee Zoe doesn't need to tech, because they naturally have a lot of answers. Like, they do have Bastions in case their Lee Sin is threatened. They do have Denies if that is always going to happen. In case of Concerted Strikes, you do have Notifies for single combats. You do have just burst speed spells in order to proc your barrier yourself. So naturally, you are teched against it.
Yeah, and I do like the way Kazus is playing this. He's just like slowly feeling what Kubachi has available. What spells do they have available to block or develop in hand? Try and sort of get an understanding of what Kubachi's hand is in terms of the spells they have before considering to drop down this Lee Sin. Or maybe just forcing a little bit more of a committal. It's like, okay, play a sharp side, play something else here. Maybe then I can slam down the Lee Sin.
And the bait was successful on Katus's side. Oh. No more bugs.
Yeah, you can't afford to play Lee Sin now. As long as Kubachi's floating that 4 mana, we can't ever consider doing that.
Not even because of the 4 mana, but rather because of 2 mana representing a single combat. They've simply just killed Lee Sin.
Yeah, there's too many options. And there's the Screeching Dragon. This is not looking good for Kazus, especially if there's like an Aegis, because that will force Kazus to play a Deny. And that will be his whole turn gone.
Yeah, Katus can just go for this failsafe plan, just buff the 4/5. make his opponent play additional resources in order to deal with a blocker, they are already, I think, very ahead because they can manage to drop really safely at some points in the future. The Temple is going to make sure that Lee Sin is going to be buffed enough, and they still have a blocker in play if their opponent is not going to commit any much more. And if they commit a sharp side here, then Zoe can also come down in order to hit.
That's a pretty big commit because that's a riposte coming down here to remove. Yes, the hush. Oh man, that is exactly what Kazas was looking for off that deep mid, and Kobachi was looking to be. He wasn't in a fantastic spot before, and after that hush has fallen super far back on tempo in terms of board control, in terms of development. You can see Kaz is sitting very comfortably at 14 HP. He's now on turn 7. He's got double Bastion in hand. Lee Sin gonna just be a bit slow here. Just develop the Eye of the Dragon. Just start forcing Kobachi to overdevelop here onto the board so that Kaz can then play things like Zoe, can play Zenith as well on the next turn as well if we need to, deep med, quite freely. I mean, Kobachi's just not putting enough pressure on the board at all.
Yes, and as you've mentioned, that is the game plan that Fiorashen is going for. You do need to win on the board. The moment you lose the board or the moment you leave, you concede the board to your opponent to do whatever they want. For example, develop a listen and then start dragging your board however they want. That's the moment you lose, I think.
Yeah, I completely agree. And while you guys are on the subject of losing, if you do want to win the tournament, please go and use the code in Matrino. It will give you some more money. So, and even if you're not playing, use it anyway, so the people who are winning can win some money. Some more money. It only takes a little bit of your time, and it helps everyone else get more money into the prize pool, because we don't have sponsors right now, and I don't have money to throw at tournaments. I've officially run out of money. So it is very helpful for you guys to do that. It makes these tournaments a lot more worthwhile for everyone taking part, even if it is just a little bit of money.
And looking at the last turn, his opponent tapping out of mana in order to threaten the Lee Sin, made Katasus just develop it. Shen and Fiora are not quite enough to deal with it, and at this point, this Zoe is not accomplishing much. We might just let it be sacked and just play into our Lee Sin win condition, and not to mention that with Temple on the board, double Bastion or Bastion Deny and Zenith Blade are both available.
Yes, and Kobachi would have to have single combat or like concerted plus sharp sight, or like a combination of those cards here to actually remove it potentially. And now, not anymore, really. This Lee Sin is now quite firmly on this board.
And you can even pre-commit, I think, the Bastion in this turn, because you are not losing on to any important play, or you are not going to lose on to any mana in the turn to come and be comfortable with it. Your Lee Sin is already going to grow at 6, and with a potential another one next turn. That is going to mean 7, doubled because of the Overwhelm. It is going to be 14 damage.
There we go. Lee Sin now has Barrier, and then Spell Shield on top of it. I think you do commit it because you just, it's optimal mana usage. I like it. You're only really, I believe, worried about a Relentless Pursuit if Kobachi's running it.
And at this point, you might just pre-commit another Zenith Blade or another Bastion just to get the attack. Or you can just play the Moon Silver into Deep Meditation in order to get the Temple proc, and that is exactly lethal.
That's currently lethal, so you can just hit OK.
Yeah, and it also forces your opponent to take an action. You just go back with your action, go back with your action, and that way you make them commit more spells.
Yeah. And game number 1 here, going over to Kazas quite comfortably with this Lee Sin deck. Fiora Shen did have a couple of opportunities, but again, it was just too slow out of the gate, right? We saw Shen, and that was pretty much it for a long portion of the game until we scored like a Screeching Dragon.
Like, you already have a tough matchup because it can go both ways, and the Lee Sin deck is already, as we mentioned, stacked against you, so it's fine. On top of that, you do not get your prime draws, and you break like Fiora Shen does a lot of times, quite too much for their liking. And yeah, that is the recipe to a loss there for Kwabachi. But do not fret, it was just the first game, so he has one more game to turn it to a 1-1 and another one to turn it to a 2-1. Same options are presented for Katasus as well, if they get to 1-1.
One thing I've noticed is Kaz always streams in the dark. Does he have a light he can turn on occasionally? Like every time I've watched this, even like when I watch a stream normally, it's always him just with like the glow of his screen reflecting off his beard and his face in like pitch black.
I do not know what to say. Maybe his people are trying to sleep or something, so they can see the light.
But he's also streaming and talking, right? I feel like the talking is more annoying.
Hey, let the man talk. Let the man be. Stop bullying our players.
Electric expensive. I mean, it's true. I've got the complete opposite setup of him. I've got like the ceiling lights, and I've got a box light. Like, I'll show you guys after. It's like you can see the difference in the amount of lights I've got running. It's honestly like it's the main cause of a lot of my sweatiness on the stream. Is the amount of lighting that I've got running right now. And Fedius on 3. There's not much to say. It comes down. It's looking fantastic. He does get the Crescendum as usual, which is a key card in this match. He's got Temple as well. Shen Fiora has to try and find a way to potentially root this to Fedius here. Question is, do we just slam Temple here? Because if we do, you're at risk potentially of just like a single combat. Fedius is gone.
Can simply develop the temple the next turn, and the reason for developing it is you can still proc it next turn. You just play temple, you just play a lunar Duskbringer, and then you play the Dusk Battle, and then bam, your temple is procced, your affiliate is starting to grow, and you can even play your Diana to activating her or Nightfall and trying to threaten one of the units. Maybe you would hold your horses though, because Shen Fiora might just be keeping on passes, or might just have the resources in order to kill your Diana when you grab something.
This screams single combat, right? Barrier on River Shaper with 2 mana open.
At this point, Ketas might not care and just prioritize removing the River Shaper.
No single combat there from Kubachi. He's just trying to develop the board. I felt like if you're going to go for a single combat turn, that had to be it, right?
Or maybe he's trying to keep Ketas's development on hold just by playing that, threatening a single combat. If Ketas decides to go into it, he might have it, he might not. If he doesn't go into it, it's good because he's burning some mana and he is not developing his board.
This Screeching Dragon should hopefully clean up Aphelios. Sound off? From who? Who's off? Is it me? Could be me. I don't think so. It's fine. Never mind. Misclick on the Chrome. Okay.
Oh.
I'm getting debated by my own chat.
And this Crescendum is just what the doctor ordered, because this way we just recuperate the mana, we get the Aphelios leveled as well in the turns to come, so it's looking pretty good here for Katasus, I think.
You are a bit scared of sharp sight, so I don't mind just hitting pass here.
Yeah, and beating pass is very, very good for you, especially because you managed to play your Gravitum on the Screeching Dragon. So there's not going to be much challenging going around for Kwabachi unless he has another Screeching Dragon, maybe a Fiora and some barriers, or Fiora and some sharp sights.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking here, Kwabachi's game plan is basically remove this Aphelios and hope, right? And hope they don't have hushes to deal with the barrier effects, and hope they can't stall out for long enough. The other game plan is obviously this. You can just try and do it onto the Dusk Petal here, the Dusk Keeper. But again, unfortunately, we could see in Kaz's hand, he does have that Pale Cascade available to remove Fiora, along with a Hush if we do see a Riposte come down. Even better, there's 2 Hushes.
At this point, Kwabachi might also be able to play a sharp sight here or double sharp sight in order to have a better trade here, but there are Hushes.
Yeah, there's 2 Hushes.
Right.
It's just going to just completely shut down this turn, no matter what Kwabachi tries to do. Okay. If you're wondering why I hate this deck so much sometimes, is that you look at this board state and you think, Shenfiora should be in an okay spot here, right? And then all of a sudden, Shenfiora's board is slowly vanishing due to the Aphelios spells. And there's nothing they can really do about it, because then they just get hushed if they try to play barriers.
Yeah, and Kalos may have faith into Calibrium in order to clear yet another unit if he manages to play unit into unit, and then it can all go downhill from there.
So what do you do here if you're Kwabachi facing this board, right? You need to have some extra draw. You need to have so the key winning combo, I think, for Kwabachi would have to be obviously a Brightsteel formation on 9. But at that point in the game, this mid-range sort of invoke list is going to have a number of Celestials available to it. It's going to have removed most of your board potentially by that point. It's, again, not looking like a fantastic spot here for Kwabachi no matter what happens.
And Ketasos can also get the read that his opponent does not have any Nopifies or any sharp sights in order to protect their Screeching Dragon, so they might be able to swing more favorably. And even if those were available options, Hushes, double of them, Ketasos is very safe to swing here.
Yeah, with double Hush, I think you're super safe. You can even potentially you can play the 0 cost Fading Memories, get a unit, get another weapon available from Aphelios, I believe.
They might just try to level the Diana in order to drag something. They might just play the Fading Memories in order for the Diana to get the Challenger and clear some big unit here.
Yeah, now you can. I believe, did he choose the Overwhelm? So you can give Overwhelm now on Aphelios.
Overwhelm is pretty scary because he can still maintain the 6 mana for the double Hushes required in case any shenanigans whatsoever can happen on Kwabachi's side. He didn't show many answers to what Ketasus has been threatening so far. We have seen the last turn a Screeching Dragon, a 5-3 Screeching Dragon just dying because Kwabachi didn't have any Nopify or any Sharp Sight.
The only worry here would be Concerted Strike, right?
Kwabachi might also play just one Concerted Strike, and in that regard maybe Ketos is more carefree in terms of playing the weapons.
Because the Concerted Strike would mean the only way you protect Aphelios is by using your own Atrocity.
At the same time, Katas might bait this concerted strike very willingly, so he can have an excuse to go for the atrocity.
There we go. There's the concerted. This has to be an atrocity now onto. Yeah, this is it looks very weird, but it is such a strong line here from Katazos. He does lose that atrocity win condition, but keeps alive as a Aphelios, which is kind of like his way. You just hush. Hush what? Caretaker. Oh, caretaker. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna do a caretaker. That would be too greedy.
The problem here is that Kwabachi might want to block, so he doesn't fall short of resources. He decides against it. I thought he might be able to need to block because his opponent might represent the second atrocity.
Yeah, the only thing obviously is Katazos' hand is basically saying, look, this Aphelios has to do all the work in the world here for me to have any chance of winning, because the Aphelios is basically the key card here for him, because the rest of his hand is honestly pretty low quality. It's all synergizes well with Aphelios. If he does lose the Aphelios here, which he is going to, unfortunately, this will give Kwabachi a turn here to potentially try and redevelop and try gain some semblance of control of this match.
But it also might be the turn that Kwabachi does not have anything. Katazos can go for a whiteboard. Maybe he can even ditch one of the hashes with the Spaces Catcher and then just go Fading Memories into Moonlight Affliction and go for that winning game plan. He's going to go for the stun. So that tells us that he's not going to go for the Moonlight Affliction, and we can respect that because if his opponent manages to develop even more units, stun plus Moonlight Affliction, I think is going to be the winning play.
I don't mind just Crescent striking, because if they play a deny, that's 4 mana gone for Crescent strike. Or if they play nope, you're only really worried about Notify. I don't mind your line too much. And I don't mind this line at all, because you can develop. Katazos is in a position to develop and go wide. Because now you can Crescent strike, they play deny, it means they're not going to play much else, and then you get Moonlight Affliction. They would then have to develop more units. Or nope, I mean, I guess they can Notify, then try and develop afterwards. But again, by doing this line from Katazos, what this deck is doing is essentially slowly whittling down Kwabachi's resources until they just have nothing left.
If you go for this Moonlight Affliction super safe, you probably silence the 5/4 as well, so they do not have any single combat or any option, but that was enough already to finish off Kwabachi 2-0 from Katazos.
Yeah, very, very strong showing it from Katazos. Puts him in a very strong position for tomorrow, where we have the final 2 rounds. I'm going to have to try and find some other matches for you guys, see who's playing who. And
Brechet Kata against Lord Von, if they're still playing.
Let's have a look. Brechet Kata, is he switched over to the main channel of his stream though? Or is he still playing OLS? This is the question, because he's playing 2 at once, right?
We can search for Cephalopod. Is he streaming?
Let's open Brechet Kata. No, okay, he's playing our tournament on the main channel. Perfect. Perfect, there we go. I'll update the scores in a sec, and you guys can just chill and watch Brechet Kata versus Lord Von, and it's basically a reverse.
This is the rematch.
Yeah, it's the rematch of what we literally just watched, but in the reverse. It's literally the reverse of it.
It's more or less the same board state as well.
Okay, safe. There we go.
Seems, however, that Brechet Kata has the advantage here because he managed to play both his champions and managed for them to stick on the board. he also has better pulls than in the last game that we saw with Screeching Dragon and the 5/4 Swift Wing Lancer. So this looks like Bridget Kata is very much ahead in this match.
Yeah, it does. I mean, he's still in a fantastic spot. As we mentioned, he's going to remove most of this board. I wish we could see what was in Lord Von's hand. We can see Bridget Kata is just like double checking what's been played, what hasn't been played, just to secure this attack, to make sure it's fine, and to check if he's actually worried about anything. And
also
I think
for people, go ahead.
As I was saying, at 6 mana, I don't think there's too much Lord Von could do outside of Hush.
Also, for people that are seeing this Fiora being left without a barrier, it is not really uncommon because Fiora Shen, they can just switch from winning with Fiora to winning with a huge board, the attempt that Pratchett Kata is doing here. So you can ditch your Fiora or you can still make them pay attention to it, but at the expense of losing your Diana. So it is a fork for Lord Von. What does he want to kill or what does he want to answer to?
Okay. Decides to remove Fiora instead of protecting Diana.
And as we said, Bridget Kata is very fine with this situation. The Fiora has did the bits in the early game, clearing some of the units, being represented as a threat, and now he can just continue with his board dominance plan.
Yeah, exactly. And I wish we could see Lord Von's hand, because it's one of those matches where it looks very strong for Bratch Shadows from what we can see. However, without having an understanding of Lord Von's hand and the decision making coming from that end, makes it very difficult to actually understand, especially with a deck like this Diana Aphelios, which has a lot of reactive types of gameplay with like the phase web. The Gravitome with Phelios, with Hushes, things like that, which can really dictate this matchup quite heavily.
Yeah, definitely. At this point, it is going to be a slow bleeding out, I think, from the Diana Aphelios deck, because Shen Fiora managed to install themselves on the board, they can manage to get good trades, and even if this Swift Wing Lancer is going to die, you just get another unit in replace.
Aegis, not a bad pickup here. You can force Ludvon into a very, very difficult position by having that Aegis. You can play it on like the Shen, allows you to then open attack right after. Oh yeah, I think we got Aegis here now every time, right?
You can even go for Concerted Strike first in order to remove the 13-10 and not allow your opponent to get some overwhelming stats on their units first.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just thinking, because I don't know the list. I was worried, is there a way to remove any of these 2 units with 3 mana still left up?
He essentially would have 5 mana if he manages to play something else. But I do not think there is much from Lord Von's side that can be played here.
Unspeakable Horror definitely does it. If there wasn't an Opify here in Bratchkata, which is going to stop this. So he needs a second one. Unfortunately, obviously, we can see Bratchkata's hand. He's also got the Deny.
And Larvon simply cannot attack into this board because he's just giving favorable trades to Bratchkata. The 7/5 and the 3/5 can block. And then, because Bratchkata can play Golden Aegis, he can just go ahead and just slam the Nexus this turn, slam the Nexus next turn. It all depends on what Lord Von is going to decide to play this turn.
That's a little bit interesting, because now whatever you're kind of forced to do it on Shen, right?
Yeah, Shen is your main value engine. I think you're not that afraid of losing your Screeching Dragon.
Because if you do it on Shen, you get to use the 5/1 with barrier on the attack anyway. This way you lose Shen, but you keep the 5/1 alive. I don't know which way I prefer it. Or Screeching Dragon. I mean, you're either losing Screeching Dragon or Shen here.
You can also rely on your 5/1 wording with something like a Citria, something like a Captain Eureka in terms of units. What you do not want is the Vanguard Lookout.
I mean, that's not ideal either. It's probably one of that's one of the worst as well, and that's not a great draw either from Brechkata. Fura kind of did its job already, right? You mentioned it a couple of turns ago. Comes in, scout good. It's the worst scout unit. It's like one of the few units I've just like, even me as a scout player, I look at that and go, oh man, I just wish this card wasn't so expensive for what it does. Because for one more mana, I get a Grizzled Ranger.
I mean, in the same mana pool, you just get a Badger Bear, which is obviously better. We do see the the star shaping being played, but that also means that Lord One is slowly getting without a hand himself. So it only depends on what this big unit is. If they have a destroyer, they can just slam it here. If they have a great beyond, I think it's not going to be a great, pun intended, time for Brechkata.
Were we not scouting? Did we already scout attack? I mean, it was looking fantastic for Brechkata, but again, Lord Von only has 2 cards in hand, right? So this is actually pretty much into a value fest right now in terms of what Lord Von can even develop. I mean, from the looks of things, Lord Von just doesn't have anything. And that is a really, really good pickup here for Brechkata. We're talking about resources and the lack of them. One of the best options for that, for the Fury Shen, is to get that River Shaper down. That River Shaper is obviously going to allow some extra draw, which is going to get some spells out of the deck, which means your future cards are more likely to be other units or more spells and just give you more options in general.
It was in fact a destroyer. And if it was a destroyer, I am curious towards what was Lord Von playing that turn, not developing it after the attack occurred.
You have to block with Screeching Dragon, right? I don't think you have an option. You need to deny as much damage and not allow them to have the atrocity.
But Screeching Dragon, I think, is not going to do much anyway. So you are safe to ditch it, and this way they lose a unit they can potentially atrocity. They cannot save this 12-8 whatsoever. Even Bell Cascade is not going to be enough. The temple has already been procced, so no additional damage for Lord Von and no additional mana spell.
This is actually looking pretty rough here for Lord Von. Cithria is also, again, another fantastic pickup. I don't mind doing the attack. I don't mind doing like the scout attack first, just to see if Lord Von commits to the board or expends some mana.
They did skip on a unit, or they did skip on a play with after star shaping last turn, so they might also have Supernova and they might be waiting development from Brechkata, but if there is a Supernova, there's going to be a deny.
Supernova is very risky, especially because if you're Lord Von, you obviously know Brechkata has been keeping this one card in his hand for a number of turns, and it is just double destroyer. But can you afford to not attack here? And if there's an atrocity, you have to deny it and then you lose to the open attack. You have to attack, right, and just sacrifice this Fura.
You can
try and get something useful off of River Shaper.
I think what you're looking for here is Spirit's Refuge in order to be able to block with your Cithria. And still not die.
Is that even enough?
I think it's enough because Cithria is having 6 HP. You have 6 healing from the Spirit's Refuge, so you technically cancel the attack with the 12-8.
Yeah, Rally would also work as well here. Aegis? Again, the problem is, as we've been talking about, they just lose to this attack, right?
Yes, they can try to go for the sharp set, but that is not going to be enough. And I'm not sure
get the
which
spirit
game we did pop. So
No
this
idea.
might be the
We'll
end
find
of
out
it.
in a second. We'll find out in a second what match that was, and hopefully we get one more match out of this. It'll be fun to see. And it is 2-0 to Lord Von against Brechketa. So Brechketa unfortunately losing that match here in round 5.
A little bit unfortunate, but sometimes you just lose in those type of situations. And let's see if we can fetch another game. ZZ is still playing against Iceman.
ZZ is playing?
Yes, against Iceman. Oh no, he just finished. The scores have updated.
Yeah, that's what they finished. I think that's it.
Colby, is he streaming?
I don't think he's streaming. 4-1 with Aggro Brain just finished. Okay, that unfortunately might be it, guys. There's a couple more matches going, but we'll let those guys finish off. It's been a great stream with you guys, Caspin and Ice-T. Shout outs to him for helping out here at the beginning. Thanks also to all the admins who've been helping out today. We'll be back again tomorrow, by the way, guys. Exact same time with the last 2 rounds of Swiss, along with the top cut. And again, Match Arena is still running. It's going to be running all today, tomorrow. Please go and click that link at some point. Even if you've dropped out of the tournament, it just helps out your other fellow players, right? You want to make everyone to, even if you have dropped out, you want to help out your teammates, your community members. Just 100% of that money goes straight to them. It's taken from Match Arena's little sponsorship bucket of money they give us. It's not much, but they help us out. And it's completely free, so please do it. It helps them all out. It pops into chat all the time. Code LOR. And again, Casmin, thank you as well for today.
Yeah, thank you everyone, and thank you for the audience for watching us until the very end. And as Jem said, we're going to be back tomorrow at the same hour. Don't forget to also give the players some support in the terms of the money that Match Arena is going to provide us, because if you would be in their place, getting additional money doesn't feel that bad. Other than that, see ya.
Yeah, that's going to be it for us tonight. We'll be back tomorrow at 6 p.m. Good night, guys.
See ya.